Morning and welcome to the second day of OW2Con 22. Our next track is named Beyond OW2. Let's introduce our 7 samurai in this track. Lucas Lasota is the Free Software Foundation Europe Deputy Legal Coordinator. Philippe Ombredan is coming from ScanCode, where he is the maintainer. Eric Jazédé and Jean Poirier are respectively coming from Orange and OBS, Orange Business Services. Italo Vignoli is a founding member of the Document Foundation. Artem Avdeev is Senior Account Manager at ONLYOFFICE. And John Mercouris is Software Engineer at Atlas. But first, Lucas Lasota is about to talk now about device neutrality and free software.
Hello, I am Lucas Lasota and welcome to my presentation Device Neutrality, Leveraging the Benefits of Free Software on Hardware. I work as the Legal Project Manager at the Free Software Foundation Europe. Today we will learn more about device neutrality and how this concept helps to empower users to control technology. But first, let me thank the OW2 organizers for their hard work in making this event happen. This is my first time on this venue, so I'm very honored and thankful for you having me here. In case you have any questions regarding this presentation, we will have time for Q&A, but you are also welcome to drop me a message. My email is displayed right now on this slide. So let's get started. This talk aims to introduce the concept of device neutrality as a policy term and explain how this concept helps leveraging the use of free software in devices. In order to do so, first we need to understand how we as end users are losing control over devices in the last decades. As a matter of fact, we observe a depressing reality. The more we use digital services, the less control we have over them. As we will see in this presentation, this is mainly due to the fact on how large tech corporations exercise their power over end monopolies could be broken by allowing end users to bypass the gatekeepers to access third-party software, content, and services on their devices. Device neutrality would translate in this context as safeguarding software freedom in devices, protecting end users from lock-in, and allowing end users to recover control over their data. Then we will get acquaintance in details of the principles of device neutrality and the practical steps taken by the FSFE in making this term a factual reality. Let's start with a sad observation. We are losing control over our devices. But how? Digital devices are a present reality in all aspects of life. Use them for work, communication, entertainment, and internet access. Such devices are powerful machines allowing us to have access to an incredible amount of features and perform an infinite number of tasks. Our tablets, phones, laptops, and other connected devices are general-purpose computers. It means we can potentially run any software we want to make full use of the hardware. However, our experience as end users has been pushed away from this freedom. While we use more and more devices, the number of such equipment on which we cannot run the programs we want is exponentially increasing. The consequence is loss of user control over technology. Due to the complex digital environments, manufacturer and regulatory lock-in, and market monopolization, users' freedom has been gradually reduced. What is happening in the market for smartphones and browsers is paradigmatic. Let's begin analyzing the situation with smartphones. The number of people using smartphones has achieved constantly new records every year. Nevertheless, the number of operating system providers remains incredibly low. The example of this chart shows how concentrated the market is. In Europe, and indeed across the world, there are in fact just two dominant mobile operating systems, Android and iOS. Both of them are proprietary. Android born free software, but after the Google acquisition in 2005, the company has developed more and more apps under proprietary schemes that have trapped the users into a restrictive environment. The Google Play Store, the mobile application store, and Google Play services are also proprietary. While Android runs on hardware from different device manufacturers, whether under license from Google or not, the case with Apple is much worse, with the hardware being bundled with the operating system. Similar concentration is happening with the browser market. This graph demonstrated that just 10 years how insanely concentrated the browser market has become. Google Chrome, which is a proprietary program, is by far the most used browser in the world today. This colossal market concentration leads to serious distortion and abuse on how these companies behave towards end users. For instance, this concentration leads to a complete submission of end users to a digital environment controlled by such companies. While Apple and Google dominate almost completely the operating system, App Store and browser markets, users are trapped into these companies' terms of services. These very few firms have strong commercial incentives to restrict access to their app stores, which they may misrepresent as being for technical, security, privacy, or other reasons. The negative consequences for software freedom, individual autonomy, and digital sovereignty are obvious. Why we call companies such Google and Apple gatekeepers? These firms controlling devices may perform a gatekeeper function in the same way that a provider of an internet access connection controls a gateway to the internet. In general terms, they achieve such power by restricting software freedom by limiting users to install determined operating system, browsers, app stores, driver, etc. Locking devices down by controlling pre-installed apps, hindering interoperability, and applying proprietary standards. Increasing switching costs by restricting users on ecosystems, tying devices to online accounts and services, and hampering control over personal data. As we can see, the situation is pretty bad. However, we need to understand that the global oligopoly that we are now facing is a technological issue. It's not a technological issue, but a political one. Software freedom, individual autonomy, consumer welfare, and digital sovereignty are all backlashed by commercial interests of a few giant companies. Therefore, the challenge now is to find ways to disintermediate the power of gatekeepers to reestablish competition on markets and end-user control over devices. Cory Doctorow, in his excellent book, How to Destroy Surveillance Capitalism, recognized that the size of the giant tech corporations give them power to cause such distortion on their markets and users' rights. For him, the impact of dominance far exceeds the impact of manipulation and should be central to any analysis and any remedies we seek. Users' freedoms, including the ones relating to free software, depends on a political and economical environment in which they can exercise their free choice when using their devices without being stuck on closed environments under control of gatekeepers. And here the concept of open internet and device neutrality can provide us with policy and regulatory elements for start dealing with that. What device neutrality means? Device neutrality aims to prevent discrimination of services and apps by platforms or hardware companies exercising gatekeeper control. Therefore, what is desired for end users is that they should be able to bypass device gatekeepers to access third-party software and devices. Device neutrality is understood as a policy term which the main goal are resolving the monopoly on devices and safeguarding users with alternative routes to reach software, services, and content with their devices. Similarly to policy terms as open internet and net neutrality, in which information should flow freely through the internet service provider infrastructure, device neutrality borrows some of these concepts and seeks to apply them to gatekeepers. The FSFE has been promoting device neutrality to help decision makers understanding that what is necessary to reestablish end-user control over technology. We want to consolidate the necessary courses of action to empower users to regain control over their devices. We believe the following principles are fundamental for a fair, competitive, and contestable digital market. For us, device neutrality relates to safeguarding software freedom in devices, protecting users from vendor lock-in, and regaining control over data in devices. Free software and open standards are key to achieve these goals. Let's talk more on each of these principles. As we discussed before, blocking end users' freedoms to install, run, and uninstall software on their devices is a central source of gatekeeper control. Although gatekeepers may argue that installing third-party software could be potentially harmful to users due to security or data integrity and privacy concerns, in fact, commercial interests are the main driver to lock users in. Instead, regaining control over devices requires safeguarding software freedom. We defend, therefore, that users should have the ability to install and uninstall any software, including operating system and app stores. Besides, gatekeepers should provide to third-party software the same access privileges as to pre-installed ones. This may sound common knowledge for the free software community, but is far from being current commercial practices by gatekeepers. Keeping users in a very restrictive environment is another key source of gatekeeper control. Users can only access and use different devices if their devices can interact and communicate with other devices and services. Companies such as Apple exercise direct control over their customers by locking them into a very limited number of proprietary alternatives that operate within the same compatible ecosystem. This results in less freedom for users and increasing of switching costs. That's why we defend that gatekeepers should provide interoperability based on open standards, open drivers, and open hardware. Besides, providers of operating system should make available specifications for API and functionalities invoked by third-party apps. Equally important, devices should not be bundled with app stores and online accounts. Gatekeepers should permit third-party app stores and code repositories in their devices. Last but not least, we believe that breaking monopolies over devices necessarily requires empowering users to control their own data on equipment. Our smartphones, smartwatches, and computers are very personal equipment which accumulate a large amount of personal and non-personal data that we care about. Such data constitutes a switching cost that, taken together, can be decisive for users to exercise the control and their freedom to change in devices, especially if this included switching between operating systems. We think the importance of the correlation between data and software tends to grow. We, therefore, advocate for data portability, and users should easily transfer personal data from apps, operating systems, and devices. And most importantly, gatekeepers should be bound to open standards and common interfaces for data transfer, facilitating data portability, contributed for more user control over data, and facilitate competition among device solutions. At this point, you may be thinking that all these principles sound quite utopistic or maybe far-fetched. In fact, we are very happy to report that device neutrality is becoming a reality. Software freedom depends on how freely users can run software in their devices. Since its genesis, the FSFE has been working to put control over technology in the hands of end users. Along the years, we have gained experience with several dedicated activities focused on how users can keep control over their devices. For instance, the demands of our newest campaign, Upcycling Android, although concentrated in sustainability, intersects with several components of device neutrality, as the freedom to install and run software in general-purpose computers and full interoperability. Other successful activities, like router freedom in radio lockdown, refer to the hardware layer of net neutrality principles. Such activities relate with what could be considered the first step for device neutrality from the perspective of telecommunications law, and the user should be able to use not only their computer and smartphones, but also routers and modems. Recently this year, device neutrality received attention from policymakers in Europe and was included in the Digital Markets Act, the European Union's largest initiative to regulate gatekeepers in digital markets. The Digital Markets Act is a strong piece of legislation oriented to regulate the behavior of very large digital platforms. Its provisions have included the FSFE demands on software freedom by safeguarding the right to install and uninstall any software in devices, including operating system and app stores. Besides, the new law contains several interoperability provisions. However, unfortunately, open standards were not contemplated as an important facilitator of interoperability. Nevertheless, the concept of data portability has been reinforced in the law text, enabling better protection for end users. Device neutrality has a strong component in favor of sustainability. The FSFE has been promoting an open letter which was co-signed by 38 organizations on the universal right to install any software in any device. Such initiative is a major win for the eco-design and sustainability of products and hardware. Free software systems and services enable reuse, repurposing, and interoperability of devices. The universal right to freely choose operating systems, software and services is crucial for a more sustainable digital society. You can check the content of our open letter in this slide. So, if you stayed with me until now, thank you very much for the attention. Please join us and support our work with a donation. Your help enables our work for empowering you to control technology. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome. I'd like to talk today about free and open source software license detection and eventually how we can fix all of them. So, quick word about me. My name is Philippe Ombredan. I'm both a French and American citizen. I'm the lead maintainer of ScanCode Toolkit, and I'm the creator of a few projects which I'm blessed to have had some success with. I love licenses, and a few weird facts about me. I've co-signed a bunch of commits for the Linux kernels, which is from some of the largest deletion of lines of code. And you would think it's weird. We actually cleaned up a bit the kernel licensing, and that meant also removing boilerplate commands and replaces them with SPDX license expressions for clarity and sanity. We even managed to actually make the kernel fail to build. So even deleting commands is actually a skill. I'm very good at deleting commands. Trust me, it's a skill. So why are we here? Licensing really defines free and open source software. I mean, without license, there's no open source, there's no free software. Eventually, as a software developer, I'd like licensing to go away. And this is something that's in the way, but at the same time, that's defining free software. And so we're going to look at how what tools exist around, how they work at a high level, and then what are the new approaches and techniques used to actually improve the situation, and eventually, what could we do as a community to fix all the license and make the problem entirely go away? So the state of license detection. There are many different techniques. The problem is the kind of guarantee they provide. If you think about the precision that's required for license detection, it is a text similarity and text matching problem at large. But the kind of precision and accuracy that's needed is important. I stumbled a couple days ago on a piece of license on a project on GitHub. It was basically using a license text which was MIT, where the author had inserted the word not. So it was redistribution is not authorized, basically, as opposed to redistribution is permitted, something like that. Just one word, 3 letters, changed completely the meaning of the license. And that's where mere regular expressions or approximate string similarities, which are basically statistics and based on some approximation, they just don't work because you will be missing this. In fact, in this case, GitHub reported that very, very improperly as an MIT license. Okay, so the thing that ScanCode does is basically a full text comparison, and that's why it makes it better. It eventually grew in something I'm very proud of, which is a tool that's leading this small industry of, if there's any such thing as industry, of license detection. It's used at OW2, by the way, and also at Eclipse and a few other discerning teams I hope you're using. The strength of the tool is to use not one, but many algorithms. Nevertheless, there's still a lot of problems. That's what I want to discuss a bit about. So how do we solve these problems? The approach of ScanCode is to do pairwise comparisons. So the more data you have, the better. But it's both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that each time we add new examples of license text, license notice, we're going to detect more. Weirdly enough, we're going to detect these faster because the more we're able to detect accurately, the faster we are. It's because we use an automaton and finite state machine-based matching approach internally, which is really fastest when you have an exact match. Now, on the other hand, it makes the code bigger and it also makes indexing slower, which is a one-time operation. That's not a big deal, but it also creates more false positives, which is a big problem, of course. So on the one hand, we get more accuracy. On the other hand, we get more false positive, which are potentially misleading match. What can we do to fix this? A new technique is to infer a primary license versus a secondary. There's something very obvious, which is, for instance, GCC is under a GPL license, and it has some kind of exception for the code that's compiled. Now, it has tens of other licenses, but there's this main primary license, the declared license that's there. Same thing for Linux, it's under GPL. There's no question about that, but it contains code under MPL, under various versions of the GPL, LGPL, any kind of BSD and MIT license, you name them, they are here. So being able to infer that is really important. The difficulty is that can we trust this determination? And so we've built a bunch of parsers to detect these, and then we're building specific mappings for each of these eventually. And it's really a judgment call, but in the end, these are important because they help having more actionable data. Other thing is gibberish. So as an example, GPL, when it talks about the company in Guyana, which is a utility, has nothing to do with the GNU public license. It has, so it's therefore a false positive. It's not a real case. What's a real case, on the other hand, is to use the word GPL in variable names, or in gibberish, in binaries, which just happens there randomly. And so this is problematic because this happens randomly and it's hard to fix. The way we're looking at this is to use machine learning-based detection of gibberish, so we can understand if the text we're looking at is gibberish or not, and also adding more context. So for instance, if we are in the context of a variable, it's unlikely that this GPL2 driver, like we see here, is actually any kind of GPL mention. But we need to be careful to avoid potentially skipping true positives. So we brushed the topic of structured license detection. The point here is to say you have package manifest that are in XML, in JSON, in YAML, or else, and they have a license tag. Most of the time, there's some convention, but the conventions are not always fully documented, and there's a lot of variation. So here we're capturing and parsing all these, and we're applying eventually package type specific heuristics on top. An example is in Rust, Apache/MIT, and that's an ecosystem convention and ways everybody does it because Rust did it in the first place, means Apache or MIT, but it's not obvious at first. And in another context, it could mean something else. So there's a lot of work there to do, but it helps in the sense that it helps collect, especially the things which are obvious and primary information. Another thing that sounds not entirely obvious at first, but hey, in many cases, the binaries don't contain any information about license. Think even JavaScript, it's compiled most of the time nowadays. Sometimes the information of licensing and notices is carried over, sometimes it's not. And the information for the license most of the time is in the source. So being able to go back to source and use the source is really important. And we've been developing, still in its infancy, techniques to basically, given a binary, get the source back and figure out as much as possible in a white box environment, what are the sources, and then you fetch and scan them. That's super important. To give you an idea, I'm working with a company. They have a code tree which contains 750 gigabytes of source code, but there's only a small subset that's used for any given system or application. So being able to accurately understand what's the subset of the source code that's used is really important. And also, at the same time, pointing back to the corresponding source if you're not sure. Another approach is machine learning. Some license detection tools use machine learning or attempt to use machine learning for detection. I know that unfortunately it doesn't work just because the nature of the beast means you need high accuracy and approximate techniques based on statistic, which is what machine learning is, don't work well. We need more lower level detection. On the other hand, there's an area that we've experimented with machine learning that works fairly well, which is given a bunch of detections, are these detections correct or not? So after the fact, being able to spot inconsistencies, anomalies, to help guide reviews and potentially help fix automatically some problems has been very useful. So there's a few other techniques here. I will skim through these. One important thing is a new techniques for determining license clarity. But now, in the end, automation is hard. Eventually, if we cannot automate all these and we're stuck in permanent detection and review land, we won't be able to make any progress, especially because we're reusing more and more open source code and open source packages. So we need to fix licensing, basically. And the idea to fix all the license here is use a tool like scan code to make sure we can scan, score, and review the license of all the packages, spot any inconsistencies to guide any human review and peer review, and then push the reviews upstream to each of the project, eventually help each of the open source project get better clarity in licensing, which is a win-win for everyone. Very important, by the way, ensure that you have linting in place. That means there's no regression that comes afterwards. And the idea is really to do that one project at a time. I'm doing that on a regular basis as much as I can, but really also trying to work with a whole ecosystem at once so we can fix not one project, but hundreds of thousands at once. Funding-wise, we want to make sure there's no unfunded mandate. That means we can provide actual financial support to projects to help them fix their licensing as needed. And we need your support and help to help us make it so. So that's pretty much it. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Hello everyone, thanks to assist to this presentation. So my name is Jean-René Poirier. I work in a professional service team in Orange Cloud for business, and we help customers in move to cloud, database migration, database optimization, and database transformation. And it's on this later response I would like to share with you, and more specifically the migration from Oracle to Postgres. So Why would you migrate to Postgres? First, because Postgres is open source, so no license cost, no support cost, except if you want to have a high level of support. It's possible with Dalibo, for example. With Postgres, it's easy to get help from the open source community. It's easy to have multiple environments, database for qualification, for pre-production, for production, and for example, for performance purpose. With Postgres, it's easy to move your database to the cloud. No limitation with virtualization, possibility to use a relational database service, or DS, which and it means that your database will be fully managed, backup, restore, point-in-time recovery, high availability. It's also much easier to have to manage scalability when your database is on a virtual machine, and when you don't need to care about the number of CPU for the license. Okay, I love Postgres, but I'm not the only one. As you can see on this slide, the popularity of Postgres is growing since about 10 years. Postgres is more and more used and more powerful. Performance is growing, functionality evolving, like partitioning, which is much more efficient since version 10. Even cloud provider invest a lot of money on Postgres with different solution, with different RDS solution, RDS which is a relational database service like AWS Aurora, which is a second solution for AWS. Postgres is really well supported by the community, and many tools exist to help to manage, backup, restore, and allow high availability. You have tools like PG Bouncer, PG Backrest, PG Harman, PG Tools, Patroni, and so on. So here is an example of transformation from Oracle to Postgres according to the possible cloud target on this case, and according also to your needs constraints. Sometimes RDS is not possible because of specific needs, OS access, unavailable extensions, and as you can see, we have many more possibilities offered by cloud provider when you use a Postgres solution. Also, it seems ideal to migrate from Oracle to Postgres, but it's not so simple. It's why we need a complete and a clear process. First of all, it depends if the application you want to migrate is developed in-house or is provided by a publisher. It makes a big difference. If it's a publisher, the migration is only possible if the publisher supports Postgres. And in this case, the migration process is defined by the publisher itself. If it's an internal development, it is possible to migrate to Postgres at 99%, but considering the costs of the migration. To migrate the application developed in-house, one of our favorite tools is Ora2PG, because it's an open source tools, and it allows us to do the assessment, to migrate the database structure, and to migrate the data. But it's not magical, or it's done. It can do only depending of the complexity of the database, it can do only a part of it. The process starts simply with an assessment to determine if the migration is possible, and it's also mainly to determine the cost of the migration. But we have to worry not only about the database part, but also about the application and the infrastructure. So we estimate the cost for the database structure, the application migration, the migration strategy regarding the data and the possible downtime during the migration. We estimate the target architecture. The cost is higher if you need to high availability on-premise compared to a relational database service in the cloud. once we agree that we migrate or not, we work on all the detailed steps and the roadmap. We will define which team will work on which part, and we can have up to 4 teams working together on the migration. For example, one team might work on the database structure, another one on the application migration, another one on the target infrastructure. It can be the managed service team, which can work on this part, for example. And we can have a team that will work on the data and the migration strategy, depending if of the downtime and if we need to alimentate data also in both side Oracle and Postgres, for example. Database part, database migration should be always the first step because the application need to connect on a database to test and to try to work on the migration. This slide is just an example of database assessment done by Ora2PG. The output format can be HTML or flat file. We privileging the open source approach. And Ora2PG is used for assessment, for basic database structure migration, and data migration. It gives us a detailed view on each type of object to migrate and the associated cost. Depending on the number of objects and the complexity of each one, the estimated cost will change. On this example, the database migration for the structure part is estimated to 3 man-days. So we just saw the database assessment, and for the application code assessment, it's an important part of the migration. So we use the code to PG, which is tools that only work for assessment and works only on a few source code type like Java, PHP, C. Both code to PG and Ora to PG are doing syntactical analysis, and of course we still need to be vigilant and to have a critical approach on those assessment. But it's still a good introduction to identify quickly the complexity. Here also, it's the output is HTML, which allow us to quickly go inside the code just by clicking on the different link. To migrate databases, we have about 6 technical steps. And to facilitate this, we use a toolbox with complete open source components that can work easily on any type of infrastructure, on-premise, on cloud. We only need a virtual machine on which we can install Docker and on which we can link to the source databases. And of course to the target, but we can still do the assessment even without target database. Most companies have dozens of databases to migrate to Postgres. So we need to industrialize this process to quickly know which projects are the best to migrate, because we can have different approaches. For example, the most complex databases to migrate first to check the ability to do so, or the simplest project first to go faster, to gain quickly on the license cost. This slide is nearly the same as the one before, but as you can see, it's adapted to Orange Cloud with RDS target and data replication service. We use, depending on the migration and the target, we use the best strategy. Either it's on premise or on cloud. And on cloud, usually you have more services that allow you to facilitate the migration. It allows us to gain cost and time for the migration database structure and data migration. And so it allows for a minimal cost to minimize also the downtime. This is a view of an industrialized process with a migration portal and automatic provisioning. The approach with a portal is useful when you are in a company with hundreds of databases, and migrating hundreds of databases can take times, I would say even years. This way, we give autonomy to projects that can attempt this way to the migration without any assistance. It's not magical, but the goal of the industrialization is to facilitate and accelerate the process. So here a use case that corresponds to the assessment we saw before. The estimated cost was about 4 days. And in reality, it talks about 6 days to do this. Because it was one of our first database migration with nothing in place. So it took 2 days, about 2 days to prepare the first toolbox, and a few days more to migrate the database structure and then the data from Oracle to Postgres. It was really an easy migration because the application has no code, only TL, ab initio, and click view. So we just had to change the connector and 1 or 2 queries, and it was working on the application side. With an industrialization already on place, with this type of migration, it would take less than half a day. So if you have hundreds of databases of this type, with an industrialization, you will gain a lot of time. In this other type of use case, we had to keep the Oracle database because Postgres was only for a reading purpose. We didn't need to migrate all objects because a part of those objects are used for a procedure package function or only for update purpose. So it simplified the migration because less objects to migrate. This strategy is perfect to optimize the license cost on the source database, and it also gives performance on the Postgres side, as you don't need additional license if you want to add extra CPU or other Postgres standby databases. So I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and if you have any question, feel free to ask, and thanks a lot.
Hello. Today I'm covering the topic of LibreOffice technology, how LibreOffice evolved from a desktop software to a FOSS platform for personal productivity. When we announced LibreOffice 10 years ago, the market was growing. Then it stalled for a few years, and then is growing back. In 2022, the market for Office software is around $27 billion, and it's growing, expected to grow to over $31 billion in 2025. When we announced the software, we wanted to relaunch the innovation. OpenOffice was a very innovative product in the early 2000s, but after 10 years, it was under risk of abandon, because Oracle acquired Sun and had no intention of investing on LibreOffice. So the community took back control of the project and wanted to create a self-sustaining project with a solid ecosystem. At that time, OpenOffice had a large technical debt. We can see the situation in 2005 and with a comparison with the year 2000. So you can imagine which could be the situation in 2010. Developers worked hard at several in several areas, with a focus for each development family. So family 3.x was code cleaning. LibreOffice 4.x was code refactoring. LibreOffice 5.x was an improvement and a cleanup of the user interface. LibreOffice 6.x was about bringing the software on multiple platforms, and in particular on mobile and on cloud. And with LibreOffice 7.x, the activity is to improve dramatically document compatibility. And as far as I know today, this will be the focus for the years to come, as compatibility with Microsoft Office is definitely a large issue because of the interest of the users. So we want to make compatibility the best available on the market. It is already extremely good. We want to improve it and to make it top of class. When developers started working, the code was not as easy and manageable as it is today, although you should always consider that this is a 7 million lines of code project. So they invented the easy hacks. So they just selected activities that could be performed by developers, even if they were missing a strong experience on the OpenOffice source code. And thanks to this, the number of developers attracted by the project was growing fast. And in September 2015, so after more or less 5 years, the project celebrated the attraction of the 1,000 developers. We stopped counting that after that date, but developers are still coming regularly to the LibreOffice project. And today we have at least a couple of people mentoring them to start working on the code base. Of course, we looked after development infrastructure. So we started to create our own tools or to host our own tools. And we have Gerrit, we have Tinderboxes, we have Git for integration, of course, we have Bugzilla for bugs. We have a wiki where developers can publish tutorials, how-tos, and so on. We have OpenGrok. We have the help is now online, but can also be installed locally. We have API for Uno. We have Weblate for localization. We have performance tools. We use CPP check, and we regularly analyze crash reports. All of this is maintained by the Document Foundation, and many of these tools have been developed by volunteers attracted by the project to hack on a very large and interesting code base. What is remarkable amongst all the different projects is the localization effort. LibreOffice is available in 120 languages, and there are another 25 which are under localization. There are over 4,600 translators and over 400,000 translations made. Today, LibreOffice is the software available in more native language version than any other application, either proprietary or open source. We are almost reaching almost twice the amount of global users as the next software, of course, reaching in their native language. We have also improved the user interface. Of course, LibreOffice has inherited OpenOffice user interface, which is still very good, but for some users, especially for the users who are migrating from Microsoft Office, looks outdated. So we have introduced a user interface which is closer in terms of look and feel to the Microsoft Office 1 and is available in several flavors. This is the notebook bar. There is a compact version and there is a group bar version. Each of these user interface has different characteristics and allows the user to become more productive in a shorter time. Of course, we are also looking at interoperability, as I said, and these are the results of challenging documents in Microsoft Office. On the left, you see the original document. On the right, you see the document as managed by LibreOffice. And these are just examples. We are working on this topic on a daily basis, and developers are adding features and are solving bugs. On the other hand, we should always remember that it's only LibreOffice that is using an open document format as a native format, because ODF, Open Document Format, is not only an ISO standard, but is an ISO standard which is respected and is evolving according to ISO expectation and request. So it is developed in a transparent way by a neutral organization, is developed by reusing existing standards when these are available, is developed by making the progress available to the community, and what is most important, is developed to be easy to understand also by non-technical users, and lasting, which is redundant because this should happen for every standard, but the open document format, as you see today, is exactly what is described in the documentation, because what happens with Office OpenXML, Microsoft Office proprietary document format, that is not developed in a transparent way, is not developed by an independent entity, and what is worse is the format does not reflect the documentation of the standard. So ODF has several advantages, is solid and robust. If you use ODF, you will never lose the contents, is consistent across operating system. If you create an ODF document on Windows, it will be exactly the same as the document created on Mac OS and Linux. And because of this, the ODF is truly interoperable. So you can exchange the format with any ODF users without issues and worries. Is predictable, which means that if you use a feature, that feature is going to be reflected in the format exactly as the user expects, because the description of the format and the format are the same, which means that ODF is the best standard file format for users of personal productivity software. So, summarizing, LibreOffice technology is the result of 10 years of development in the right direction. We have created a processing engine which can be used by all modules. This is based on a clean and refactored source code, with a focus on code quality and consistency, and is supported by easy and extensive APIs. So LibreOffice was just a desktop product, but today is an open source platform to develop personal productivity products and is tightly integrated on the desktop, on mobile and cloud. And we will see soon what does it mean. There are several software based on LibreOffice technology today. You have a desktop version, which is provided by TDF, the Document Foundation, Red Hat, and SUSE. There is an enterprise long-term supported version offered by Collabora and Allotropia, which are two companies of LibreOffice ecosystem. There are versions for online and cloud, again, offered by Collabora and Allotropia, a version for Android provided by Collabora, a version for iOS and Apple Store by Collabora, and a version for the Windows Store by Allotropia. Some of these software may not have the LibreOffice name. For instance, on Android, you will find a Collabora Office, but they are all based on the same engine. And this chart, this visual, explains rather clearly what does it mean. So all products based on LibreOffice technology share a common productivity engine. They share the open document format, and on top of this, they have different user interface for the different platform. Of course, Rider on a PC is not the same as Rider on a smartphone, and is not the same as Rider in a browser. But the engine, which means the code which handles the document, is exactly the same, and this provides a very strong consistency between the documents and reduces the issues for the user. On the contrary, all the products on proprietary and open core Office Suite have a different engine for each platform, and this makes them weaker. So LibreOffice is the best open source Office Suite, is based on ISO standards, and is the best of free open source software. Thank you for listening to me, and hope to see you soon around.
Good morning, I'm Eric Jazédé, product owner of the RabbitMQ offer at Orange France named Tram. Today I'm going to present to you how we industrialize RabbitMQ within Orange France. Since 5 years at Orange France, any new tool choice must look community open source first. To follow this community open source policy, we are looking for a middleware-oriented message able to propose both data protection and data resiliency. We chose RabbitMQ software in its community release with the help of Erlang solution to replace IBM MQ series at the end of 2017. It's easier for us to choose a community open source software when we manage to identify a partner to help us on some specific points. And this is win-win, as it helps to finance skill to sustain the corresponding software community. RabbitMQ is now the middleware-oriented message for Orange France since the 5 November 2018. Tram is the name of the project that instances RabbitMQ at Orange France. Tram means Transfer MQP. RabbitMQ is a very popular MOM software. When we choose an open source solution at Orange, it's important for us to have an activity community and also to have a partner like Erlang Solution to support us. And it was thanks to the OW2 conference in 2018 that we meet Erlang Solution. The timeline of this project consists in 4 major phases. We begin first with an opportunity study, feasibility, budget, requirements, partnerships, participation to the RabbitMQ community through our partner, etc. Then we choose patterns by looking for optimal configurations adapted to Orange France context. The third step consisted in creating tools, deliverables of installation, upgrade and uninstallation playbook, we never know, and also in launching a pilot phases with tests on 3 voluntary projects to at the end propose this service to all internal projects at Orange France. To industrialize the deployment, we set up tools for maintenance, evolution, collaboration with RabbitMQ community, but also to use RabbitMQ and WelfareMQ, or is depending on each project's migration time. At the end of the opportunity study, we studied several patterns with our partner Erlang Solutions. It was a final point to decide the go-no-go for RabbitMQ as the future mom of Orange France. We organized workshops with Erlang Solutions to validate architecture patterns and to define optimization recommendations. We produced several recommendation deliverables for Orange RabbitMQ application, a development guide and a development questionnaire, an installation and configuration manual, a production checklist, and a grade manual and a performance test analysis. All of these delivered specific for Orange France RabbitMQ. There are 3 patterns defined during the workshop with Erlang Solutions. Those 3 modes are defined depending on the availability level required. First, Tram standalone. Second, cluster RabbitMQ Tram PHDL, local high availability. In this case, the RabbitMQ Tram cluster is dispatched on one area only. And third, cluster RabbitMQ Tram PHDA, high availability extended. RabbitMQ Tram cluster is based and configured to guarantee data protection and the high availability of the broker service. RabbitMQ Tram cluster is dispatched on several areas, each one in a separate network region to guarantee high availability. Then, we launch analysis about performances, security, and criticality that led us to test several configurations. This configuration computer performance evaluation led us to define several categories of virtual machine sizing. The goal for each category is to meet distinctive performance level. Now, each category defined is already implemented in our RabbitMQ's playbook, which is available to all projects. Among the 3 patterns defined, the highest is Tram PHDE for data protection and extended high availability. How it works? For data protection, in case of crash internal network was minority, there are up to 3 data replicates, mirror queues. And for full data protection, consumer project may use the 2 following features: consumer acknowledgement and publish confirm. For extended high availability, it works with a cluster multi-network that covers the loss of a network area, so consumer projects access to this service for a global traffic manager with a DNS high availability configured in Donghui. The cluster natively includes the disaster recovery plan feature. So, to conclude on this pattern, this meets the requirement of most critical applications. This pattern is designed to be adapted to our infrastructures at Orange France. RabbitMQ Tram is now fully industrialized, delivered ready to use to our projects, and meets the requirements of production application, which can be either consumer or providers. Standardization of RabbitMQs. Installation use Ansible with our internal CI/CD process named Orange Deployment Engine. And the source code is saved on our Orange France internal GitLab repository. We also set up an exploitability and supervision toolbox. Our projects can use them as they are standardized. Some details about this toolbox. We developed scripts for alarming in case of default on RabbitMQ. We developed an API for our internal supervision tool and some script for scheduling and exploitability. An internal skill center, RabbitMQ Tram, helps projects to give them advices and support them in the implementation and use of RabbitMQ. Our internal support services cover all projects milestones from study to deployment. We perform a use case analysis for each project. We help with architectural choices. We help with broker sizing. We provide guidelines for developers. We perform level 3 support, as well as industrialization, automation, and technological watch. All of this information is available on a dedicated site that we regularly update. We have a second partner, which is Takima, to help us on 2 points. Setting up 2 trainings of expert level, and one for operations people, and other for developers. And we have asked our partner Takima to create video tutorials, some of them to explain good practices, others about recommendations for use, and we are thinking about publishing some of them under Creative Commons license. It will be for tutorials that are enough generalist and not too much specific to Orange France information system. To industrialize this solution, there are 2 points we had to solve before any generalization of RabbitMQ. First, we have to optimize obsolescence management and upgrade of RabbitMQ. We set up a migration methodology named Deep Purple because we are 95% blue-green and not 100. Deep Purple is a full CI/CD development solution. The objectives of this methodology are able our internal projects using RabbitMQ to migrate their messaging application from one RabbitMQ Tram instance to another. The term messaging application includes the record definition, object used by the project, for example, user, the host, exchanges, bindings, queue, policies, etc., and includes also the program modules in the application that produces or consumes the messages. There are 4 use cases implemented. First, migration from a major release to another. Second, migration from a category to another, vertical scalability. Third, migration from an instantiation mode to another, standalone mode or cluster. And last one, migration from a hosting infrastructure to another. The second point to industrialize this solution was to build a bridge between the legacy on WebSpam and the new product Tram based on RabbitMQ. We decided to name this bridge MOBA, that means Message Orange Bridge Adapter. The benefits of MOBA are that it allows applications to migrate quickly on RabbitMQ without constraints of our partner application. It allows applications to leave IBM series gradually and in an agile way. It simplifies the flow. It configures automatically the bridge component. It allows to manage the 2 following features: message persistence and sequences of messages. MOBA is also compatible with other connectors, for example, Kafka. It allows high availability based on the extended Docker Swarm cluster. All these features guarantee that MOBA is robust and efficient. To conclude, this return on experience with RabbitMQ community release is very positive today at Orange France. Here is a summary of the major highlights we just shared with you. DLP is integrated in our Tram solution with our cluster named PhD. MOBA component is available since 2020. MOBA allows interaction between the 2 middlewares-oriented messages used at Orange France, the legacy one, WebSpam, and the new one, RabbitMQ. RabbitMQ community is very active, which is very important for Orange to ensure its durability. Olivier Guillandier and I are working in the internal skill center to support Orange France projects using tram and middleware-oriented messages in general. In any case, we have also the support of two external partners. Erlang Solution for expertise on the heart of RabbitMQ software, and Takima to help us for training tools like courses or tutorials. We take benefit of this presentation to thank Erlang Solution and Takima, as we are very satisfied of our collaboration together. Industrialization is very large and complete to facilitate life of end users. We provide all tools to install, configure, monitor tram solution. Last point, high availability, data protection is integrated also in the tram solution. We want also to thank all experts at Orange that are part of this project. Eric Nicolas, David Dupont, Paul Vigier, and Frédéric Morion. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice OW2 conference.
Hello everyone, I'm Artem Avdeev at ONLYOFFICE, and today I will talk about how to bring professional document editing and collaboration to your web service using ONLYOFFICE Docs. The presentation will focus on ONLYOFFICE Docs functionality, the two approaches to integrating the editors, API and WOPI, and their differences. Let's start with some words about ONLYOFFICE editors. We call them ONLYOFFICE Docs. It is an online editor for text documents, spreadsheets, presentations, and now also online forms. Docs has Open XML as a core for file formats. It is built in JavaScript using HTML5 canvas element and Node.js for server-side scripting. Multiple distribution formats and packages are available for private and cloud hosting. The app is distributed under AGPL v3 license. As for editing tools, in ONLYOFFICE Docs, you have access to numerous editing and formatting features. You can use multiple types of objects, calculate with over 450 formulas, create rich presentations, and document template with fillable forms. Each editor has a collection of plugins for external services. We have recently released a new version of ONLYOFFICE Docs 7.1 with ARM compatibility. We also upgraded PDF viewer, PDF to docx conversion, print preview for sheets, and other features. Feel free to try it. It's available in all solutions. As for collaboration features, to collaborate on documents, there are two modes for co-editing, commenting with mentions, track changing and reviewing, document comparison, and version history. Communication is also provided by plugins. It is possible to connect Telegram for chat, Jitsi or Rainbow for audio and video calls, and it's directly from editor's interface. ONLYOFFICE Docs is secure by design. You can host it on your private network. You can also protect files with digital signatures, encrypt docs, worksheets, or separate sheets with passwords. You can add watermarks, restrict copying, printing, and download. Sharing permissions include viewing, editing, commenting, reviewing, filling forms, and custom filtering. Document processing is performed on the client side, which reduces the load on the server. On the server side, only file opening and conversion are performed. Our experience shows that one machine with 4-core CPU is enough for 1,000 simultaneously edited documents. Installing ONLYOFFICE Docs in a cluster with your sharing platform is also fully possible. Docs can be run with Kubernetes. We successfully conducted tests on Amazon, DigitalOcean, IBM Cloud, and Minikube. You can access ONLYOFFICE Docs in ONLYOFFICE Workspace, the native collaboration platform. Or you can integrate with a third-party environment, there are over 30 ready-to-use connectors that work with ONLYOFFICE Docs API, and some WAPI-based integrations. Integration via API is a classic way of integrating ONLYOFFICE Docs. Most of our connectors at the moment are API-based. It allows fluent integration of any feature that is exclusive to ONLYOFFICE or custom rebuilt features to connected storage, providing users with a complete experience. One of our API sections allows integrating online editors in various productivity solutions and content management applications. This, in turn, lets create, open, edit, and co-author documents right within a sharing platform. Integration of ONLYOFFICE Docs with third-party sync and share services requires an additional translator agent for establishing the data stream. This role is played by a connector. We create connectors ourselves, for example, for Confluence, Nextcloud, Alfresco, and Cloud. As well, we help our partners create their own integration apps using our open API. Examples are Exoplatform, Jalios, Video, XWiki, and others. Seizing the occasion, let me introduce some new apps created by our team. A new integration app for Strapi allows extending the content building and collaboration features of Strapi with professional document editing. Version 102 of the app enables viewing and editing files and configuring JWT security. Connector for an open source learning platform Moodle is another new official app. It allows you to create, edit, and co-author text documents, spreadsheets, and presentations attached to courses. The connector also provides enhanced security with password protection, watermarks, print, and download restrictions. There are a few new apps created by our partners. Flinky ISO, O2OA, WeDog created by JamesPod, and Le Nuage Français. And to share some good news for our existing integrators, here's an update on the latest features in our official connectors. The latest updates, they have gained the ability to work with forms, documents with fillable fields, as well as other features. Another way of integrating docs is the WAPI protocol. Last year, we released version 6.4 of ONLYOFFICE Docs with WAPI support. Now we can connect ONLYOFFICE Docs to any DMS, which provides a universal WAPI client connector. WAPI connectors. The first integration app we built based on WAPI was a connector for SharePoint, which has built-in WAPI functionality. Now, there are some new apps based on WAPI integration. This includes FileCloud, OpenKM, and OnCloud Infinite Scale. The latter was built by OnCloud team in collaboration with our developers. And this app is currently used as a testing model for using docs in Cernbox. A few words about pros and cons. The WAPI protocol is widely adopted in protected systems and universal protocols for performing connectivity checks and testing. WAPI is backed with more than sufficient documentation to set up the development process. However, the reasons we don't plan to teach API integration is the limitation of WAPI standards. The standardized methods are very limited even for Microsoft Office. And adding new functionality requires putting vast amount of work and resources into creating equal body of code from scratch. So it won't be a quick process. Having a glance at the current situation, we discovered several difficulties which arise when integrating our editors, for example, to SharePoint using WAPI. There were issues with file formats, since not all of them fully supported by WAPI, but we managed to overcome them eventually. As for collaborative work, WAPI doesn't allow users to switch between two co-editing modes available in OnlyOffice. And WAPI integration doesn't support some specific features. Version history, mail merge, inserting images from storage, and comparison with the document from storage. So that won't be available in this case. In the meantime, we are already shaping a plan to overcome these limitations, at least the bigger part. Since some features are not supported by the standard, we need to extend the API and create an additional layer. That will let us use the non-standardized features, for instance, our version history and document comparison feature. Secondly, for features that are standardized, work needs to be done in creating analogical methods in integration apps, which will provide equally performing bridges for the core features within the standard. As for the current state of WAPI implementation in OnlyOffice docs integrations, most of core features have already been enabled. To continue adding the missing functionality, we plan to create the API extension OLE with WAPI compatibility. This extension can be used to create WAPI connectors for each sync and share platform that supports WAPI, and give its users an almost equivalent alternative. Our plans also include further enhancement for document editors and form creator in integrations, as well as further work on WAPI integration. Of course, we are going to release new connectors. Our plans, for instance, include WordPress and Drupal. We are also going to release OnlyOffice Docs Cloud Service and integration with OnlyOffice virtual channels. It will be a new product we are working on at the moment. Thank you very much for your kind attention today. If you have any questions on our existing integration, or if you want to integrate your platform or web application with our document editors, do not hesitate to contact me and my colleagues. You can contact us at partners@onlyoffice.com, and we are looking forward to hearing back from you. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Mercouris, and I'm going to be talking to you today about the quintessential question that we get asked all the time, especially in the context of our open source work, is why Lisp? And it's a fair question because there's many programming languages out there, and you'd be wondering, why would you choose one that has a much smaller community when you could choose something like Python or JavaScript, and there's a wealth of libraries? And the answer is that sometimes the benefits of a large community are outweighed by the additional advantages of Lisp, and we'll kind of get into that. And actually, in many ways, the smaller community turns out to be an advantage because there's a smaller culture and things are more manageable and you don't have to be a big target. So, in short, we're going to talk about why is Lisp still relevant, 60 years later, and why we're using it in our projects, and why you should consider it too, or maybe you can take some of the ideas from it and try to evangelize them or bring them into your language. So the first thing is that when you have a small community, you can't actually do that much work. You don't have time to constantly rewrite the wheel. So every work that you do has to be meaningful. And that's why Lisp is incredibly future-proof. It's a function of the design of the language, but it's additionally a function of the culture that's developed. A common example is a library called Alexandria. And in Lisp, you have the ability to use a library, which means basically you import all of the symbols from the library or from the package exported by the library into your project. So let's say Alexandria has has defined a set of symbols, x, and then they define a new symbol, and now there's x plus 1 symbols. The problem is that everybody who's using Alexandria, if there's an update, they're suddenly going to get this one new symbol, and it could conflict with whatever they have already in their system. So if we imagine that there was a new variable or symbol called camera introduced in Alexandria, and your project also has camera, suddenly there's this huge ambiguity. And this is, of course, unacceptable within the Common Lisp community. We don't want to break anything. So the question becomes, how do we deal with this? And so the people at Alexandria, had two decisions to make. Either they never introduce any new symbols, they never export any new symbols, or they never make an update. And actually they took a different approach. They said, all right, we see that a lot of people are using our package, and we don't want to break their software. We want to be backwards compatible. So what they did, this might sound crazy, but they made a new package called Alexandria 2. And they used this new package to introduce a whole bunch of symbols. And it's a way to gracefully extend everything. And this mantra, it really goes really far. So an example of like a built-in feature that's often used to create future-proof software is the concept of macros. You might be familiar with macros from other languages, but macros in the world of Common Lisp are a little bit different. A macro in the world of Common Lisp can operate at different levels. It can operate at the reader level. It can do all sorts of complex manipulation of syntax. We don't need to get into that. The point is that people will often write backwards compatible, code in the form of some macro that'll transform your old code into a way that works with the new code. So the author doesn't have to do anything. So in the last 4 years that we've been working with Nixt, which is our biggest Lisp project in production, we've had a total of, I believe, 0 backwards incompatible issues outside of ones that we've introduced ourselves through our own libraries, which I think is pretty incredible. If I was to take a project in any other language, I think from 4 years ago, a project that's not written in a language that's more or less ossified, I don't think it would work. So, and this is not an isolated incident, to be clear. You can take a lot of Lisp code written 40 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever, even pre-unification through the Common Lisp standard, and you can run it pretty often just fine in a modern Common Lisp implementation or with a few tweaks. I think you would struggle to do that with many other languages. So the other big thing about Lisp is that we're a small team, and we need to make sure that our efforts are well spent. So one of the things that gives us, at least I believe it gives us an edge, is the interactivity of Lisp. You might be familiar with something titled a REPL, Read, Evaluate, Print Loop. This concept does now exist in other languages. However, the REPL in other languages is not codified within the standard of the language. At least the interactivity and the power of it is not as great as that of Lisp. If there is such a REPL, I would be extremely happy to explore it. But as of yet, I've been unsuccessful in finding something as powerful. So what makes the REPL so damn cool? Let's say we've got a programming problem and we're like, okay, this API expects us to return some sort of struct. We don't necessarily understand the nature of what the struct looks like. Instead of recompiling a program and putting a bunch of print statements, or recompiling and putting some, breakpoints in GDB or whatever debugger we're using, we simply open up the REPL, which is always running within the Lisp image, at least in the way that I typically develop. And I will execute the statement, and then I will put a describe right next to it. So imagine if, right when you type print something in another language, it just the value appeared there within your editor. That's exactly what I can do. And it's really cool because I feel that it helps me understand APIs a lot more quicker. It helps me debug problems a lot quicker. Okay, why is this function not returning what I expected to return? I don't have to necessarily, put a billion debug marks and kind of go through things slowly. So there's two basic things about why we should use Lisp, or why I think we should use Lisp. And hopefully I've kind of convinced you of their veracity, at least a little bit, or maybe piqued your interest. So the first one is longevity. When you have few resources, you don't want your software to bit rot. You don't want it to go by the wayside. You don't have to be constantly updating it to deal with some arbitrary, unnecessary changes. Get off the treadmill. You want to write it once and you want it to just keep working. That's a pretty good reason in of itself. There's a lot of fatigue involved with unnecessary updates and the front-end web ecosystem and the app store ecosystem. And I just don't think that's a good use of energy. Many of the changes are often semantically meaningless or syntactically meaningless, in my opinion. And I think it's best to focus on writing actual code. And then the second thing is, the interactivity makes, at least myself, a more productive developer. I get more done. And that matters when you're working on a small project with a small amount of people. So let's say I've convinced you at least a little bit. Where do you start? Well, check out commonlist.net. Check out the IRC channel. There's also a community on Reddit. There's, a community on Discord. You can find it. And there's also free books online for you to learn Common Lisp. One of them is called Practical Common Lisp. Another one is called A Gentle Introduction to Symbolic Computation. So it's a little bit alien. I'm not going to pretend that it's not different. But I do think that the benefits are incredible. So thank you for your time. I hope you experienced a little bit of a different perspective and that I could enlighten you at least in some small way. Thank you.
The 5 next talks are about research and invited projects. We will hear from Donghui Chen from Huawei, Antoine Mottier, CTO of OW2, Radosław Piliszek, IT architect from Seven Bulls. To explain Morphemic project, we will have Alessandra Bagnato, head of research unit at Softeam, together with Paweł Skrzypek from Seven Bulls. And last but not least, Isabelle de Sutter will share with us latest information about Horizon Europe funding program, a program for research and innovation. But let's start now with Donghui Chen.
Hello everyone, my name is Chen Donghui. I'm an algorithm engineer for Huawei. Today, I want to share with you the A-Tune, which is an AI-based automatic parameter tuning system. I will introduce the A-Tune from the following 4 aspects. First, I will give the introduction of A-Tune. As we can see, there are a lot of parameters in the operating system, and there exist complex correlations between those parameters. Those tunable parameters control all aspects of the operating system. For example, there are several parameters of Spark, which can influence the performance of Spark. If we tune those parameters to the most appropriate values, there are several advantages. For example, the execution time could drop 10 times, the system resource utilization could increase 10 times, and several errors could be avoided, such as OOM, disk exhaustion, and timeout. Therefore, it is important to tune the parameters. However, it is a challenging task to tune the parameters. First, there are many parameters in a single system. For example, there are more than 200 parameters in Spark. Second, there are a high number of systems, such as vertical applications, log data applications. Different systems include different parameters. Third, there exist diverse workloads and system complexity. For example, in Spark, the workload could be machine learning, real-time analytics, interactive queries, graph processing, and so on. The best values under different workloads are also different. Traditional manual tooling has many disadvantages. For example, it requires long tooling time, depends on manual experience, and has high labor costs. In contrast, automatic tooling by AI has many advantages. For example, it requires short time without manual experience and only need machine costs. Therefore, the objective of a tool is that, given a workload, a tool aims to find the optimal parameters using AI and achieves the best performance of the application. Let's see the related works. Tooling is an Italo topic. In the 1980s, manual tooling had been widely used. In the 2000s, statistical and heuristical methods are widely used. In the 2010s, traditional machine learning methods are widely used. Recent years, deep learning and reinforcement learning methods are also used for automatic parameter tuning. The following table gives the performance of all kinds of methods on quality, efficiency, and the three challenges. As we can see, no single kind of method performs best in all dimensions. Therefore, we developed A-Tune, which is an AI-based automatic parameter tuning system. This is the framework of A-Tune. The goal of A-Tune is to analyze the resource usage, for example, computing, storage, and network of application workload, support parameter tuning for the mainstream applications in the industry, and improve the tuning efficiency. The framework of A-Tune includes three layers, which are intelligent decision-making, system characterization, and system interaction. Intelligent decision-making includes online static tuning and offline dynamic tuning. System characterization includes data platform, feature engineering, and training and inference. System interaction includes system full-stack monitoring and configuration service. In the following, we will give the details of online static tuning and offline dynamic tuning. Now, I will introduce the online static tuning. The scenarios it faces are ordinary users and applications that need to keep running all the time. The idea is to direct the current application workload, match the current application workload to the known workload based on the classification model and output empirical parameters. Therefore, we need to train classification models and get the best parameters for each application. The online static tuning includes three key technologies. The first one is the important feature analysis, which can automatically select important features to implement accurate application profile. The second one is the two-layer classification, which can accurately identify the current workload. The last one is the workload change detection, It can automatically identify application workload changes and implement adaptive optimization. Now, I will introduce the offline dynamic tooling. The scenarios interfaces are high-order users who have high performance requirements. The idea is that the tuner sets parameters for the target device and obtains feedback performance indicators and iterates continuously to obtain the optimal parameters. Now, we have support more than 10 tuning models, such as Gauss process regression, random forest, and we also support cluster tuning. The offline dynamic tuning also includes 3 key technologies. The first one is the important parameter selection, which can automatically select important parameters, reduce search space, and improve training efficiency. The second one is the optimization algorithm construction. Users can select optimal algorithm based on application scenarios, parameter types, and performance requirements. The last one is the knowledge-based construction, which can add the current workload characteristics and optimal parameters to the knowledge base to improve subsequent tuning efficiency. In the future, we will focus on the following directions. First, we will focus on online tuning. We can use the real-time workload awareness and online transfer learning or incremental learning to implement the online tuning, which can decrease the training costs. Second, we will construct a tuning service, which combines with cloud native to provide service for cloud scenarios. Third, we will accelerate optimization based on appearance. Fourth, we will automatically generate parameter space. This is the website of Attune community, and the following is my email. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. That's all. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Antoine Mottier, OW CTO, and thanks for joining me today for this talk about dependency management. In this session, I will introduce the Fasten project, a service that can improve the way you are dealing with dependency management by making it more accurate. But first, I want to take a step back and try to highlight what is the current situation when you build a new project, how you deal with dependency management, what tools are already available, what are the limitations, and how Fasten try to overcome those limitations. So first, when you start a new software project, you will probably not build it from the ground. You reuse libraries because they help you to create new software faster. You benefit from their stability, from all their features ready to be used, and hopefully you get a good documentation helping you to achieve your goal quicker. But this comes also with a set of challenges. The first one I want to illustrate is regarding what we call the transitive dependencies. Because usually in your application, you will use a build tool. For example, here during this presentation, I will focus on the Java ecosystem because I'm mostly familiar with Java. And so, for example, I will speak about Maven. Just for you to know, Fasten also support Python and C, but I will focus on Java here. So when you create your Java project, for example, and build with Maven, you will declare your dependencies. And you might have, for example, 3 different dependencies here, A, B, and Z. And what you might not realize is that those dependencies have themselves dependencies, and the dependency of your dependency also have dependency, and so on. It's what we call the transitive dependencies. And so it can start to build quite a large graph of dependency. You might end up with a large set of dependencies, and usually you will only care or manage your direct dependencies. But what if your code have a dependency, and one of your direct dependency also have the same dependencies? If both depend on the same version of the library, in this example it's the dependency Z, if both your code and dependency B depend on the same version of library Z, it's okay, no problem. But if your application depends on version 2.0, for example, and your direct dependency depends on version 1.0, you got a conflict. And here you can either try to fix that with some configuration that you provide to your build tool, or you can let your build tool decide what to do. But depending on the situation of your library, how the library evolved, for example, you might have some incompatibility in the API of the library. This might become an issue and your project build might fail. So it's always important to be aware of your dependency and the transitive dependency of your project. One key aspect I want to focus regarding this dependency is the security, because you have control over your code quality and security of your code you are writing, but when you choose a library, you're relying on a third party to keep it up to date, secure, and of course there will be some security issue in those libraries, so you need to update them. And you need to know when to update them and which library to update. And a lot of tools that exist out there will help you to do that for the direct dependencies, but not all of them will take care of transitive dependencies. And this is very important to cover all of them and not only the direct dependencies. Because, as I mentioned, the graph can be quite huge. It's now frequent to have project with more than hundreds of libraries in them, so you cannot manage them manually. You need some tooling to help you identify which libraries need to be updated. Such tools here are, for example, depclean, and I think it's a tool that is really useful when you start a project. It's like you don't want to include libraries that you actually don't use. So first step is, just limit the number of libraries. It's maybe obvious, but you have tools like depclean that can help you with that. But again, you need to be aware of some limitation, because it's kind of easy to be able to identify if a library is used, but being sure that the library is actually not used by your application, it's more difficult. Due to feature like dynamic loading of library in Java, you have introspection feature that can actually call some library classes and methods, and there's no explicit call in your code. It's all dynamic at runtime. So for a tool like depclean, this is kind of a challenge to identify that the library is actually used. So sometimes you will have to actually double check the report from a tool like depclean to know what to do with one of your dependencies. Another tool that is quite useful and quite popular is Dependabot, integrated into GitHub, that will tell you and that the library needs to be updated due to a security vulnerability, and it will even create a pull request for you ready to be merged. That's very useful, but one of the important limitations of Dependabot, is the last time I checked, is that it will not deal with transitive dependencies. So we have nothing, no warning regarding security vulnerabilities in your transitive dependencies. On the other hand, Snake is able to do that. It will be able to identify security issue in your transitive dependencies. And finally, you can also use a Maven plugin, so directly embed this into your Maven build, so it will also run locally, not only in your continuous integration, but also locally on your computer. You can use dependency check Maven plugin to analyze your dependency and warn you and make the build failed if there is a known vulnerability in one of your dependencies. All those tools are great, but they have kind of important limitations. They lack some accuracy. Because, for example, try to include a library in your project, but don't use it. And include a library with a non-security vulnerability. The tools like Dependabot or Snyk will tell you that you need to update, whereas this should tell you that remove this library, or at least tell you nothing, but don't tell you to update it because you are not impacted by the security vulnerability if you don't use it. And this is this accuracy, this lack of accuracy that Fasten try to overcome. And how Fasten do that is doing that by generating call graph for your application and also for all the library available in public central repository. So for example, it will do that for all libraries available on Maven Central. It will generate a call graph to have an accurate view of how the functions are calling each other and being able to identify if a given function is actually reachable from your project. And it will enrich this call graph with extra information with metadata about, for example, security vulnerability. I also mentioned earlier, Fasten is not limited to security. It's also cover license compliance, quality metrics, and so on. So it will enrich this call graph with all this information. And then by being able to identify if a path exists between your application and the vulnerable function, it will be able to tell you if an update is required or if an update is not required. This is very useful because it will reduce the noise for your development team and reduce the required update from your users. You will actually only update and release a new version of your project if you are impacted by this security vulnerability. If you include a vulnerable library, but you are not using the vulnerable part, it's okay. Fasten will not warn you about it. It will only warn you in situation where the vulnerable code is explicitly called. So as I said, Fasten get the information, get all the artifacts from central repository, enrich after generating the call graph, it will enrich it with various information such as security vulnerability, license information, code quality, and store all that in the Fasten central repository. This repository is here for performance reason. It's a kind of cache for all public library available out there. This way, when you are running the Fasten analysis on your project, Fasten will need only to process your code and will get all the graph with metadata from the central Fasten repository. So this boosts the performance of the overall analysis. So if we take an example here, if you have a project built with Maven with a set of dependencies, the first thing that Fasten plugin will do when building your project is it will generate the call graph of your application. Then it look at the dependency of your application and communicate with Fasten central repository to get the graph with all the metadata from the central repository. So you get all the graph of your dependency and then stitch all the graph together. So the graph of your application, the graph of all the dependency, be able to identify all the paths from the different function in your application in the libraries. And then it will be able to report you if you find a path between your application and one of the vulnerable code. Of course, the central repository here can be hosted locally in your company network, but it's kind of resource. It's required quite a lot of resources to be executed, so it's good to benefit from the central repository. So it's already almost the end of the presentation. We have very limited amount of time, but of course I will be able to answer questions. Just to mention before I finishing this presentation, the Fasten project is developed by a consortium of several partners. You have the full list here, and it's an open source project. All source code is available on GitHub. You have also the website of the project, so don't hesitate to give it a try, provide feedbacks, report issue. We are quite open to any comments on the project. And if you want to start, I recommend to start with the Maven plugin. It's probably the most mature one, and it's quickly gives you a view of what Fasten can bring to your project. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I welcome your question in the chat. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to my little talk about the PIACERE project, especially focusing on the Canary Sandbox environment tooling part of that project. My name is Radosław Piliszek, and I will be your speaker today. I'm an IT solutions architect at 7bulls.com, and this project that I'm presenting, the PIACERE project, has been funded by the European Union via the Horizon 2020 program. A little bit about my company, so 7bulls.com. We act here as a research and development center. We have such status in both France and Poland. We are a Polish company. If you are interested about what we do with respect to the research and development, the details and the different projects that we are involved in are on 7bulls.com/R&D. And the agenda for today's talk. So we start with an introduction to the DevSecOps. So what does that mean, DevSecOps? This actually appears in the abstract of this talk, but not in the title. PIACERE intro. So PIACERE as a project, what does it do? What's the relation between PIACERE and the DevSecOps, and what does it contain actually? And finally, the goal of today's talk is to describe Canary Sandbox environment in some more detail. So starting with the intro to DevSecOps. So as with any term in the computer science, in informatics in general, we can find some formal definition for that, especially in terms of those more technical IT definitions. Gartner is a good source to look at, and no surprise, we've got a definition what DevSecOps is. So by Gartner, DevSecOps is the integration of security into merging agile IT and DevOps development as seamlessly and as transparently as possible, etc., etc. So as you can see, this is quite a large definition, but in my opinion, it can be simplified greatly. So my take on that is this. So DevSecOps is about not forgetting about the security when doing DevOps. And this is done ideally without slowing oneself down. So without losing the flexibility, the agility that we normally gain via DevOps, via switching to the DevOps approach, yet not forgetting about security in that. And how to do that we'll see soon. This is why we are introducing PIACERE, why this project was created and this is actually an acronym, but as is the case with the European projects, the acronyms are quite funky. And in this case, you can see which letters were used in that acronym. But basically, piacere has been chosen as a word because it's an Italian word for pleasure. So it's an actual Italian word. And the acronym's definition is programming trustworthy infrastructure as code, so IAC, in a secure framework. So Piacere as a project basically delivers this framework that is supposed to be secure in itself and able to deliver this secure framework for your infrastructure as code. So basically this is secure inside and out. And it's related to infrastructure as code, so DevOps definitely, and this term about trustworthiness that has been happening in the various publications is also used in this expanded name. So as I mentioned, this is Horizon 2020 project in software development call. Our consortium consists of 12 organizations ranging from academia, business, and government. So we are actually here counted as a business, as a small R&D. And the project itself is led by Tecnalia from Spain. The schedule, as you can see, we are, at the moment I'm recording, this is about half into the project. When you watch it, it's a little bit past half of the project, but it's fine nonetheless. Probably it should be up to date enough for this presentation to still be worthy. And we as 7bulls.com, we are responsible for integration and the Canary Sandbox environment that is presented today in this talk. So little summary of the Piacere uses. So that's the framework, yes, but what does it do? What is it supposed to do? So it's all about the DevOps. So develop, build, and deploy applications, because that's the final goal, to get those applications rolling on some infrastructure. What we are focusing is the cloud approach. So managing cloud, hybrid, and multi-cloud approaches to this. And maintaining, configuring the infrastructure, obviously, to get this infrastructure under our applications. And more specifically, Piacere tries to optimize the usage of resources, allow to test deployments infrastructure, helps you actually avoid snowflakes and related conflict drifts, because that's what usually kills the security in the infrastructure side. And if you don't know what a snowflake is, this is actually when you choose to avoid the regular flow and decide that you would like to configure some server by hand, for example. And then you end up with some configuration that nobody knows about except for its author. And this way you easily create this security hole for yourself and security issues. And finally, to keep it all churning happily. So this is end-to-end solution for getting it done and for ensuring that it still works afterwards. And a quick look at the architecture to actually pinpoint where the Canary Sandbox environment tooling lives and what the project is about still. So we have two parts, the design time and the runtime. In the design time, we have things like the IDE, which is based on Eclipse. It is able to call out to the DOML model checker, and the DOML is an acronym for the DevOps modeling language. So this project is also introducing a dedicated language for modeling the infrastructure. By the way, all these details are already available on project's website, so you can, on the last slide, to get the URL to that, the address of that. So for the details, you can go there. And continuing now, we have the infrastructure code generator, which is able to take the DOML and convert it to, for example, Ansible and Terraform to have something runnable. Then we have IX Scan Runner, which does the security scan and validity scans that can be done statically. And its dynamic counterpart is actually the Canary Sandbox environment tooling. So for achieving the dynamic aspect of the testing, as mentioned in the abstract as well. Apart from that, we have the Git tooling, which is the central point when all the information is stored, the models, the final IAC is stored. Then the PIACERE runtime controller, which navigates the runtime part of the PIACERE framework. We have the infrastructure advisor, which does the monitoring, etc. The IAC execution manager, which actually executes the created IAC, the IAC optimization platform, and the infrastructure elements catalog, all working in tandem to deliver PIACERE's values. And now going into the Canary Sandbox environment, so maybe one click behind. As you can see, the Canary Sandbox environment tooling is not really connected with anything else except it being available from the IDE. So from the IDE, you get the user interface to deal with the Canary Sandbox environment tooling. But basically, you can imagine that whatever happens with that tooling will be usable by this IAC execution manager finally. So this creation that gets done there will be usable in this other part at the runtime. And going into the details on the Canary Sandbox environment tooling, what we are aiming to achieve is to allow this dynamic testing. So we know static testing is great. We should be doing static testing, but for some things, we still cannot say at the static level, at the static testing level, where it's working the way we imagine it's working. Maybe because of the assumptions that are wrong actually, and the code executes differently. The infrastructure as a code executes differently than we imagined. Maybe because of how it's done, maybe because of the tooling that we actually use to run it. And this is our approach to let us test this in this sandboxed, isolated environment, let's say. And to achieve that, we have two solutions. So first one is the provisioner. So in certain cases, it's okay, you have the infrastructure, you would like to use it, but the target environment is actually cloud. Whatever you model using the IAC, you model clouds, you model it in terms of virtual machine instances, in terms of storage buckets, in terms of volumes, in terms of networks, security ports, etc., etc. And then the reality that whatever you have locally is actually not a cloud, or maybe a cloud that is dedicated to something else that was created by some department, etc., etc. And you cannot really use it. So you have to build your own solutions. And then you have this steep learning curve when you try to deploy solutions like OpenStack or Kubernetes. And this provisioner is making it simpler. So showing a simple way to do that in an opinionated way, obviously, because we have to cripple it down, let's say, to make it simpler so that it's easier to understand, yet it's usable in the context of this dynamic testing that we are going to do in this environment. And the other solution is to go mock-lord, so with mock APIs when we don't even try to deploy anything. Okay, and as the slide says, this is to test dynamic aspects such as this relevance, reliability, and security tests that will be possible in such a case. Obviously, there is a trade-off, because if you go with the provisioner, you obviously use something else other than the target environment, like the AWS, for example. And in the case of mock-lord, it's maybe, you could say, even worse, because you don't get anything physical in there. Well, not even virtual. You don't get any resources, in fact. So that's the two approaches, and a little bit on the details of those. So for the provisioner, as I mentioned, this hides this complexity implementation details of those various solutions for the deployment. So whatever you do, OpenStack, Kubernetes, it's practically the same from this point of view. It's giving you back the credentials. You give it a list of targets, the servers that you can use for this deployment, and you get back the credentials to use that. So as I said, it's opinionated, and we are reusing open source technology. So obviously OpenStack itself and Kubernetes are itself open source, but also the deployment projects we are contributing back, for example, to this OpenStack Collab project that we're using. And the OpenStack Collab project uses containers and Ansible, so Docker or permanent containers to deploy the OpenStack components and associated hardware components at the target machines. In the future, as was already mentioned, also Kubernetes deployment will be available. This is what we are planning to do with KubeSpray. And regarding the Mocklord, because the time is running out, it focuses on the zero-cost infrastructure provisioning. So nothing is created. There are zero resources, actually. It only says that, well, you asked me for an instance, so I have this instance. If you ask me again, if I have this instance, I have this instance, but there is nothing you can use, in fact. So this is entirely mocked and entirely faked, I would say even. The current focus is on the AWS because that's what the use cases want. Use cases are actually hybrid local AWS, so that's the reason. And in the future, maybe something else will be considered, but it's not the case at the very moment. And what we are doing, we are also extending the open source libraries, in this case, open source Moto library, to provide the features that are required by our use cases, especially those validation-wise, so for the testing. And with that, I thank you. This is the link that I mentioned, PIACERE Project EU, and see you there. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome everyone to our Horizon 2020 Morphemic project open source component talk at the OW2 conference 2022. We are going to present to you the open source component, some at least of the open source component that were developed during our project. I will start the presentation. Alessandra Bagnato from Softeam, then Paweł from 7bull and Ali from Activeon will go on with that. Thank you very much to have joined our session, and we hope very much that you will enjoy it. So our Morphemic vision is to simplify cloud application modeling and to continuously optimize and morph the deployment model to take advantage of all the beneficial cloud capabilities. And we will go on with Paweł with that multi-cloud optimization. Please, Paweł.
I will say very briefly how the multi-cloud optimization works in case of the Morphemic, because it's a very complex and complex model and complex platform, but I will try to make it as simple as possible. So first step, if you can click, Alessandra, is to prepare the proper model. So we need to describe the application, the deployment context, and deployment goal. And then Morphemic is analyzing user utilities. So what are the user goals, how they should be measured, analyze the constraints, and of course the context. By context, we mean the available cloud providers' offers and pricing. And then we have the execution. So after finding the best deployment, we need to adapt and deploy our applications. So the selected components are scheduled to be executed and deployed. After the execution, the Morphemic starts to monitor the application in the cloud. It is possible thanks to the specified sensors, and we are monitoring the business value, not only technical values from the application. We have advanced hierarchy of the metrics and clouds, and we also know the application execution context, so the number of the resources, CPU, memory, and other parameters. Based on that monitoring, Morphemic continuously optimize optimize the usage of the application, and add and remove resources when needed. Of course, it is in a very nutshell. For more information, I warmly invite to our website, morphemic.cloud, where much more information is available. But today we will focus on the open source strategy, and then if we can skip to the go to the next slide, thank you. Because the whole Morphemic platform is fully open source, that's the core assumption of our strategy. All of the components are available as open source with different type of the licenses, but all of them are open source. The most dominated types of the licenses is Mozilla public license, mostly in version 2.0, and Apache public license. All the details about the license are available in the documentation on the Morphemic. Yes, and here is the list of the components. Yeah, so as you can see, there are multiple components divided in the four groups. One group is responsible for the profiling, so the calculation of the utility function, profiling the application, and doing the optimization of the architecture. Here we have also the Camel Designer module, which will be presented by Alessandra further during the presentation, which is responsible for creation of the Camel model. Then we have the optimization part, which is responsible for finding the best solution, best deployment solution, and to measure that deployment, each solution, and to select the best one, which is then deployed by the executionware, and in the executionware the SAL and proactive schedule components will be presented further in this session by Ali in more details. And we have the monitoring part, which monitor the deployed application. You can go to the next slide. The Morphemic architecture is designed, as I said, fully using the open source components. Also, the integration layer and monitoring layer is done using the open source frameworks. The integration is done using the Mule ESB open source community edition, and the orchestration of the process is done using the Commune BPM. The process is orchestrated using the BPM standard. And Morphemic is fully built using the microservice architecture, as you can see the key components here, and also the integration between the components is done via JMS queues and REST APIs. Okay, you can go to the next slide. And two core building blocks of the Morphemic. Of course, there are not only blocks, but I think that the two core blocks are based on the Melodic platform, which has been created in the Horizon 2020 Melodic project, and it is currently used for multiple commercial deployments to make the multi-cloud optimization. And Morphemic is built on the Melodic and extend Melodic to provide proactive adaptation and polymorphic adaptation, as well as many more features. And the next core building block is proactive workflow scheduler. And Ali, if you could tell a bit more here.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Ali Jawad Fahas, and I'm a research and development engineer from Activium. So Proactive is one of the products of Activium. Proactive was actually created as a part of some work done by INRIA, and later on it became a spin-off from INRIA, starting from 2009. The main idea of Proactive is the ability to control multiple infrastructures, and that they are different in terms of the provider, that they are different in terms of the architecture, and that they are different in terms of the hardware themselves. So we can control public clouds, private clouds, legacy servers, any type of node will be connected to the Proactive workflow scheduler. And after that, you will have the ability to control all of those resources from a single point of contact. So this is a component of Morphemic that also is completely open source.
We will now present the overview of the open source component that will be presented today, specifically the Modelio Camel Designer, so the cloud application modeling and execution language, Camel, that is a profile of Modelio called Modelio Camel Design, and that is part of the user interface. And then, as you have already heard from Ali, the Activion Proactive Scheduler, and more in detail, the PIA Scheduler, the PIA Resource Manager, and the scheduling abstraction layer. We start with the Camel Designer. So the cloud application modeling with Camel Designer is made much more easier. So we can have a tool that is responsible for this modeling, and it is integrated in the modeling environment Modelio. You can then take advantage of all the Modelio API or all the Modelio core and graphical user interface and meta model infrastructure, of course, the UML meta model, and you can also take advantage of the Camel DSL. It's a core model, its parser and serializer, and within the Camel Designer, you could use this UML profile for Camel, some interesting command for model management, some diagram tool, and of course, a property page widget for everything that is peculiar for our model. You see in the screen all the different type of model that we have, so the data model and the execution model and some of the models that are used by the rest of all the application. And the Camel Designer in the Modelio modeling tools has different parts. One is the Explorer that shows all the hierarchy of the persisted model. Then we have a property page and then a set of diagrams that can help us to model the cloud application in all its different part of information. And that is actually the basis to start all the optimization in the Morphemic tool platform, and we can base the work on what has been defined by the designers in this application, in this modeler. The Camel Designer is open source and it is available on the Modelio Research and Development GitHub. You can see the link in here. And of course, the Modelio open source community is behind that and is available at modelio.org for all the modeling environment. I now leave the floor to Ali for the proactive as executionware.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. So as Paweł have started talking, we have two main parts in Morphemic. The first one is the upperware, so everything before the execution, and after that we have the second part with it, which we call the executionware, where we execute some comments on the infrastructure. So the main idea of the upperware, it will make all the decisions like adding a cloud, removing a cloud, adding some nodes, removing the nodes, scaling in an application or scaling out an application. So whenever those decisions are made, they are given in terms of the JSON output, and this JSON output cannot be translated in proactive. That's why we have a translation layer, which is the scheduling abstraction layer, that will take those decisions from the upperware, and it will do the translation from this JSON file to an input to REST calls that are understood by the proactive application interface. And after that, proactive will take those decisions and they will execute them on the different infrastructure that proactive can control. Another main role of the translation or of SAL, the scheduling abstraction layer, is actually collecting all the node candidates that we have. So let's say, for example, we connected AWS EC2 cloud, and after that, we need to figure out what kind of node candidates we have. Then we can do that also through SAL. So we will collect the node candidates periodically from AWS, and we will make them available whenever the upperware want to select one of those node candidates. It can call SAL to retrieve this information. So now if we go to the next slide, we can speak a little bit about those two components, Proactive Resource Manager and the SAL. First of all, Proactive Resource Manager, as we said, is developed by Activion. It's available on OW2, so it's open source. And in addition to the Resource Manager, we have other open source components. For example, Connector IaaS that we also use in Morphemic, that will allow us to connect to several cloud providers, the public ones. And also we have the RM REST API, which also we use in Morphemic. And this will enable us to support a wide range of infrastructure. So for the current moment in Proactive, we can support public clouds like AWS, Azure, GCP, private clouds using OpenStack, Edge nodes, and this includes ARM architecture, Bion nodes, which mainly are legacy servers, and hardware accelerators like GPUs and FPGAs. So this is what we support in Resource Manager, but we need also to support those from SAL, which is also was developed by Activium in the context of the Morphemic project. So it's a Morphemic component. It's also available on OW2 as a part of the Morphemic preprocessor. And the main reason, as we said, is to provide a seamless integration between the upperware and the executionware. And two main roles it provides. First of all, it provides a periodically updated list of the node candidates and also translate decisions from the upperware to be executed on the underlying infrastructure. Thank you, Alessandra.
So we conclude our talk with the highlighting that actually OW2 is really a strategic enabler for Morphemic. Some of our components are already there, and our source code is there. And so we are really thankful to OW2 as an environment that fosters our innovation with technical assistance for project operation, guidance for research project industrialization, and of course, a supportive community. And that is our open source community of privilege. And we have also very key members that are in the consortium, like Seven Bulls, Paweł, that you have heard, Activeon, that you have heard, Ali, of course, and then engineering and University of Oslo. So that is the open source strategy for Morphemic is really to take advantage of the OW2 environment and support. And we are going on with this strategy for the years to come. With that, the three of us, Paweł, Ali, and myself, we thank you very much to have listened to our talk. And we will be very welcome to find much more information on our website, www.morphemic.cloud, on our Facebook page, Morphemic Project, on our LinkedIn, and of course, on our Twitter. So thank you very much to have listened to us, and don't hesitate to ask questions in the chat and to follow up our live demo within our chat room. We can make reservation for you, and you can at any moment join our researcher and developers to ask for a demo. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are very happy to meet you virtually through this workshop at the OW2 conference. So today we are going to introduce you the Horizon Europe Frame Program, which is a program for 7 years with a huge budget of 95.5 billion euro dedicated to the research and development and also innovation. First of all, I just want to introduce you your support team, which is a French Digital National Protein Coin teams. We are 4 people. I'm the lead of the team. I'm Isabelle Sutter, and I'm working for the MES3, which is a Ministry of Education, High Education, Research, Innovation in Paris. And also with me, we have Gaël Mogis, Armand Nachev, and Smail Nia. And all of us are a center for you when you need any information, help, guiding. And we can describe us as a one-stop shop for Horizon Europe. What we do, what we can offering. We inform, we raise your awareness about the program, and also we help you to select any kind of program, looking for partners, and so search for complementary partners. Also, we have different occasion to offer you matchmaking events. And finally, we also have some communication support like a website. On the website, you will find also a dedicated page, which is fully completely informing any kind of activities, event, information for digital calls to proposal. Next slide, please. This is what you and how you can find this site. So www.horizoneurope.gov .fr. I think for my part, it's fine. And I would like now to let the floor to my colleague Smile, who will present the program and also the last call you can apply. So, Smile, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Isabelle. So, my name is Smile, and today we are going to introduce calls in relation with Horizon Europe. So, as you know, Horizon Europe is built with 3 pillars. So today I'm going to present calls within pillar number 2 or pillar 2. In this pillar we have different clusters. So we are in cluster 4, and this cluster 4 contains 3 different areas. So the area we are interested by today is digital. So let's look how these different calls can be presented. So before going in details about the calls, one thing we have to take into account in the writing or in the proposal is the case strategic orientation. So within these calls, 2 important KSO or case strategic orientation must be presented or must be included in the proposal. First, KSO is promoting an open strategic autonomy by leading the development of K digital enabling and emerging technologies, sectors, and value chain. And the second KSO is how to make Europe the first digital enabler, circular, climate neutral, and sustainable economy. So as probably you know, in Horizon Europe, we have 3 main type of actions or project, if you want. Research and innovation action, and coordination and support action. Eligibility criteria, each proposal must contain at least 1 independent legal entity in a member state and at least 2 other independent legal entities in a different member state or associative countries. So here you have the page limit. So the page limit for the proposals I'm going to present are 45 pages because the proposals or the calls concern either IE or IA. We don't have CSA in the calls. Let's start by destination 4. Destination 4, we have different topics. The topics that are related to the calls are topic number 5 and 6. Let's start by the call related to number 5. So number 5 is innovation in AI or artificial intelligence, data and robotics. As Isabelle mentioned, the deadline is 16 of November 2022. The first call is 0205 and the title is Artificial Intelligence, Data and Robotics for Industry Optimization. So this call is related to the public and the private partnership AI, data and robotics. So what is the expected outcome of this call? The expected outcomes are one of the 2 mentioned here, the 2 outcomes, either advancing for the optimization of production and services, or AI for adapting production or services workflows to changing environment. Let's look what is desired or what is looked for from the Horizon Europe point of view. So what the topic or the proposal must maximize the impact or have a maximized impact. So the proposal must be dedicated to major industrial sectors. In this call, it is highly encouraged to have combination of AI, data and robotics. What the Horizon Europe does not want is to have a proposal with major research components, because we are here in AI, we have here in innovation action, so the TRL must be high, but the proposal must be built on latest development. The second call will be in the domain of tomorrow's deployable robots, and the call is number 0206. The title is Pushing the Limit of Physical Intelligence and Performance. So this call is a research and innovation action, so the TRL will be relatively low. The outcomes are robot with advanced physical functionalities beyond those offered by the human operator, or robot with improved abilities and robustness to adapt to changes in environments, energy, and it must be energy efficient. What the Horizon Europe is looking for in this project is to have a project which must be ambitious, highly visible, or with high visibility, and it must be real multidisciplinary. What the Horizon Europe does not want in this proposal or in this call is to have a proposal where the applications are limited, have limited impact, or those which are not driven by project objectives. Now the last call in this domain, in the domain of digital and emerging technologies. So the call is 0207. The title is Increased Robotics Capabilities Demonstrated in Key Sectors. As the previous calls, the call is within the partnership AI, data and robotics. What are the expected outcomes? The expected outcomes are to build demonstrator to show robotics performance in major application sectors, or to demonstrate, to propose demonstrations or demonstrators which are beyond of human performance, especially in complex tasks. What Horizon Europe is looking for is to have proposals with high impact sectors with major benefits, and what is not desired in this project is to have incremental project or a project with application of limited impact. So this is the three calls within this topic. So let now go to destination 6. So in destination 6, the title is Human-Centered and Ethical Development of Digital and Industrial Technologies. We have two calls. The first call is 0201, with the title is AI, or Artificial Intelligence for Human Empowerment. As the previous calls, so this call is within the partnership AI, data and robotics. So we have here two focus, either realizing mixed human AI initiative for human empowerment, or a reliable, trustworthy hybrid decision support, including approaches from mixed decision making. So what is meant by mixed decision making, as explained here, is to have a proposal where we combine the best from human and the best from machine. So we want to have a combination between these two domains. What the Horizon Europe is looking for also is to have a multidisciplinary approach and transdisciplinary approach, especially those coming from social sciences and humanities, such as studying how user acceptance is evaluated or how user acceptance is included in the project. What the Horizon Europe does not want is to have works or projects which are disconnected from the industry, or those with incremental progress or no ambition. The last call is 0202. So the title of this call is European Network of AI Excellence Centers. So as you may guess from the title, so the proposal here is to build or to organize research and actions and projects in Europe, and to have this network of excellence. So the proposal should create network of excellence in the topics, in these topics. So the topics are how to build next generation AI systems to improve performance, how to have best European teams in AI in Europe, how to create strong visibility in Europe. And the project must be complement to the project which has been founded recently. And this project is on safety and security by design. What the proposal must focus on is to propose foundational research, like studying new emerging approaches in AI, data, and robotics, for instance, or to respect the roadmap which has been proposed by the SRIDA, the Strategic Research, Innovation and Deployment Agenda of the public-private partnership on AI, data, and robotics. What the Horizon Europe does not want in this call is to have a network of excellence with second-class expert in AI, or to have disjoint effort from the AI community in Europe. So this is a very brief presentation of the course. So here we summarize the different calls, the opening date, the deadline. So we have all the information here. And finally, before concluding, I would like to remind people and to invite people to attend the next brokerage, which will be organized with the PCN from Belgium, Luxembourg, Morocco, Tunisia, and of course from France. And the brokerage will take place in 12th of May 2022. Thank you very much.
Jazédé Colannino is a free and open source lawyer at Microsoft and GitHub. He's joining us from Cambridge with a keynote about Microsoft and open source, from its complicated to rocket liftoff. Welcome, Jazédé, for your first talk at OW2 conference.
Hello, my name is Justin Colannino, and I'm honored to be here presenting at OW2Con. I'm recording this a bit over a month ago, but I'm very much looking forward to engaging with you when you are watching this on June 8th, and I hope that we can all get together and meet in person soon. The theme of this year's OW2Con is reliable and predictable open source software. And I want to share with you some of what I've learned in working inside of Microsoft as it's gone through transformation, a real phase transition in its relationship with open source, from its complicated to a real rocket ship of operations. Before we go there, I want to share a tiny bit about me so you can get a better idea of where I'm coming from. I've been a free and open source software lawyer for a bit over a decade, and my open source practice prior to Microsoft was focused on pro bono work representing nonprofit free and open source software communities, Free Software Foundation, the Apache Software Foundation, the GNOME Foundation, and some others. 5 years ago, when I was first contacted about becoming an open source lawyer for Microsoft, I was a bit skeptical, as Microsoft was not known at this time as a great collaborator in free and open source communities. But I flew out to Redmond, Washington. I met some people inside Microsoft who are really pushing to change the company culture to be more open source friendly, and I accepted the job. It's been a fun ride so far. Microsoft has really transformed itself from an open source company in denial into a real leader in the space. 2 years ago, I expanded my role into the GitHub side, where I'm Director of Developer Policy. There, I work to shape laws, values, and social norms in a way that advances developer interests. And I recently also returned to my nonprofit community roots when I was appointed to the board of the Open Source Initiative, a nonprofit dedicated to advancing open source. So it's with all this background that I'm honored to stand here, tell a bit of my perspective on the Microsoft story and how we scaled our open source engagement in the hopes that you get something out of it as well. Before we move to Microsoft, I first want to share a framework for thinking about problems that I learned from Professor Eben Moglen, a real foundational attorney in the open source space, during my first year of law school. I learned that the effective problem solver should break down problems into layers of abstraction, just like we do in other areas of technology. The relevant ones for open source are technical. What is the project and what does it do? Legal. What are the rights and responsibilities enforceable in court? Social. Who are the people and what are their relationships? Political. What are the different participants trying to accomplish? Economic. What is the value and how is it divided? To build an effective open source strategy, you need to be able to think about and address these problems at all layers of the stack, as well as thinking about the interaction between them. So, on to Microsoft. When I joined Microsoft in 2017, we were aware of about 30,000 open source components in use at the company. I remember sitting in my interview with my soon-to-be manager, David Rudin, where he told me that we might have as many as 10 times more than the 30,000 open source components in a few years, and that we'd need to figure out a legal system to handle that scale predictably and reliably. We were off by more than a few orders of magnitude. 4 years later, we now know about 10.5 million unique uses of open source at Microsoft, and we use 660,000 open source components in a new way every single month. And we're now out there more and more engaging community efforts with 30,000 Microsoft developers active on GitHub. This shows that open source has been a real part of Microsoft's great success. So the question then is, how did Microsoft do it? Well, this might sound a bit cheesy, but it starts with culture, and culture starts at the top. Here's Satya Nadella in 2014. This was his first year as Microsoft CEO, and he's here declaring that Microsoft loves Linux and providing a great quote about the value of the open source process for accelerating human innovation. And this pivot brought great reward. Microsoft has used open source to accelerate its innovation across its products and services and bring its partners, customers, and much of the software ecosystem along with it on that journey. It really accelerated the open source experience that many others had foundationally made before it. Microsoft joining was great for Microsoft and also great for the broader community. But that proclamation from the top wasn't enough. You also need to think about how you can get from a company that believes it doesn't need or want open source to one that can use it as an important piece of the company's overall strategy. Microsoft's Open Source Programs Office was founded in 2014, and the above is adapted from a blog post from its first leader, Jeff McCaffer, in 2018, as he recounted and thought about how different organizations relate to open source. And much of this mirrors Microsoft's own journey. At level 0, you don't see much value in open source. It's considered dangerous to the organization. The organization is in denial. Of course, this doesn't sound like Microsoft of the 2000s. Of course not at all. At level 1, tolerant. There's a process for using open source, but it's time-consuming, expensive, and otherwise not well known inside the organization. We used to have a questionnaire that teams would fill out every time they wanted to use a single open source component. That questionnaire had about 25 questions and included a business justification. It asked why they couldn't build the component, the functionality of the component themselves, and asked whether that it explored other internal Microsoft solutions. We now refer to that questionnaire not as the open source questionnaire, but instead as the anti-open source questionnaire. In other words, the process was designed to treat open source as something that was really scary, not a runway for people to use open source well, reliably, and predictably. At level 2, the organization understands the value of using open source, but still believes that its own software, including improvements to the open source project, is too valuable to give back to the broader community. I'd say on the whole, and it's a big company, so there's little pockets of everything, that this is close to where Microsoft was on the whole when I joined 5 years ago. We had a great process for using open source, which shaved those 25 questions down to 2 or 3, and we had strong tooling and automation around component detection, discovery, and license information. And just as I joined, we were developing clear processes that gave consistent, modular checklist action items to developers using open source. But I think it's really hard for a company to reach level 2 without eventually getting to level 3. If your engineering teams can't contribute back to the open source projects that they depend on to build your products, 2 things happen. First, the internal improvements you make to a code base so that it better suits your needs becomes more expensive to maintain as your internal code base and the upstream code base diverge. Contributing back not only helps the broader community, but it helps you because you don't need to refactor to make sure that your code base stays in sync with upstream every time an upstream change is made. And with the recent focus on security, making sure you can quickly snap to the latest and greatest secure upstream codebase becomes more important than ever. Second, it's hard to attract and retain talent that works on the code bases that you depend on. Experts in open source code bases remain experts by building and contributing back to them. And those experts won't work for you if they're not allowed to participate and make contributions back to the broader community for the project that they have become expert in. Level 4, mastery, is a place many organizations don't ever reach, and that's okay. But it's feeling free to collaborate on a core code base with many different groups to allow your organization to focus more on the add-ons and features that you can sell to make money. It's shared maintenance of a public resource. It's giving up control of your code for the benefits that come with sharing the workload across many different contributors. It's finding a core problem that needs solving in a way that the economics of the solution flow to a wide number of core contributors. With that background, I want to turn to some of the great work that OW2 is doing to help organizations mature their open source experience. OW2's good governance goals are displayed here. I hadn't seen them until I met Cedric earlier this year, but they are, to me, a great merging of the two mental frameworks I have for thinking about organizational open source and problem solving. The open source stack that I talked to at the beginning of this presentation, the technical, legal, social, political, economic, and the levels of open source from Jeff McCaffer that we just discussed. What I love about this is that it gives a roadmap for companies. True to the open source ethos, proof of concept and running code, there's a growing community out there building on the experience of others who have built successful programs. I know that Microsoft learned a ton from others in developing its own thinking, its own frameworks, and I've used OW2's work here, synthesizing my mental models, in a parallel path that had nothing to do with me, as true to the open source process, a helpful refinement of what's come before to help others learn from and improve how to build an open source process. So with that framework in mind, let's switch gears a bit and talk a bit more how to drive this maturity in a large organization, or maybe even a small organization. But I want to focus on this is how Microsoft's Open Source Programs Office conceives of itself. It has links to other areas of the company: accessibility, security, HR, legal, executives. And what they're really trying to do is drive organizational alignment. The goal is to have a wide path lit up with bright lights so that developers inside the organization have clear guidance about how they can repeatedly, reliably, and responsibly engage in the open source process. And to have that wide path with bright lights requires consensus across the company. Each one of these stakeholders need to be comfortable with the guardrails and process that's set up for the open source program. The reason that open source program offices exist is to go to all the places in the organization that need to sign off on open source use. And there are a lot, because you're developing code in public and it's going everywhere. And establish those guardrails, those bright lights, so that that individual developer, using a small set of libraries to accomplish a goal inside the organization, doesn't need to go to each one of those places and figure out what to do alone without any side posts in the organization. That an OSPO builds that path for developers, so developers can keep developing great software for the organization rather than figuring out process and procedure and running around to different parts of the company. And though getting these alignment, bright line paths, wide wide paths is possible with a federated group without a centralized program office, having an OSPO responsible for owning that process, driving consensus, is a very strong way to ensure the repeatability and predictability of the process, and that the entire organization knows and is comfortable with it. So, how would you get started if you were thinking about building an open source program? This is just one example, but I think it's a really interesting one. And this is from my work over on the GitHub team in partnership with our social impact team. This chart was put together by a colleague, Mala Kumar, in conjunction with the World Health Organization, as the World Health Organization was thinking about how to launch their own open source programs office. You can see from this slide that there are a bunch of points under the different areas of the stack: legal, policy, technical, cultural, economic, and social. And this survey was designed to identify the pain points that teams were feeling when they were trying to use open source inside WHO. And then they took this, made a heat map out of this, and used this as an opportunity to improve, to figure out where they needed to smooth out the edges first, to create those big, wide paths, brightly lit paths for the developers to help them engage by starting with the things that the organization cares most about. And this type of model may make sense for your organization. It may be different around what's needed now. Maybe you have strong legal process. Maybe you're at a level 2 for inbound. Maybe you need better processes for outbound. Wherever you are, conducting this type of survey to try to figure out where the pain points are and smooth them out is a great first step in understanding and traversing, levels or going up the OW2 pyramid of open source goals. And so with that, policy only works or at scale if everybody follows policy. Here is the notice file for my own slide for complying with the CC BY license from the puzzle picture at the beginning of my slide. And with that, I'm going to turn it over for questions. I'm looking forward to watching this again, although I might be a little bit embarrassed when I come back on camera, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you in person. Thank you very much.
Now, let's hear the 3 experts invited to join our governance track. Dr. Wolfgang Gehring is a free and open source software ambassador at Mercedes-Benz, Daimler TSS. This talk is about Mercedes-Benz FOSS Manifesto, a commitment to be truly open. And Mike Nolan, Assistant Director at the Rochester Institute of Technology, will come and tell us what we can learn from academic OSPOs.
Hi everyone, bonjour et merci beaucoup for having me at the OW2Con 2022. I would like to share with you a bit of our open source journey at Mercedes-Benz, from a traditional car manufacturer to a company which embraces FOSS, free and open source software, and has made a commitment to open up as much as we can. And maybe our story can help you too if you're trying to spread the good word of FOSS in your company. So to give you some quick background about us, you've probably heard of Mercedes-Benz. We manufacture basically vehicles, mainly passenger cars and vans. As a company, we've been around for quite a long time, and traditionally at our core, we are a mechanical engineering company. So we bend steel sheets in certain ways, and in the end, a car comes out. In the process of bending steel, of course, a lot of software is needed these days, inside the vehicle and outside in the manufacturing process. At Mercedes-Benz, we used to be proud to develop our own software. If it's not invented here, we probably shouldn't rely on it. Right. Now, that just isn't possible anymore. Even if you had all the budget in the world, you still wouldn't have all the time in the world, let alone the developer manpower to develop everything yourself. And above all, of course, it just doesn't make sense to write code yourself from scratch, for which there is already a nice solution out there. According to a study done by Synopsys, 97% of new software contains open source components. At an open source conference, I think I'm preaching to the choir, but in a big corporation, this requires a change of mindset, which can be tricky and time consuming. And this change of mindset is basically the point of this talk. Now, you may say, okay, we are using FOSS in our software development too. Yes, but just use FOSS isn't enough. You don't want to be a freeloader only, at least I personally don't. You want to say thank you to the community. You want to say thank you for letting me use your code all these years. You can contribute back, you can make it better for everyone here and there, and you can help steer projects in a direction that you and others benefit from. And above all, if you only use FOSS, you're not utilizing so much of the potential that FOSS has. The key statement of a research paper done by Frank Nagel from the Harvard Business School is that companies which don't only use open source software, but actively contribute back, benefit twice as much from FOSS. The reason for this effect, the main reason simply is this. When you contribute to an open source project, you're going through a feedback process, and in the course of this feedback process, you learn a lot from experienced developers out there in the world. So essentially, this is like a continuous internal training program, which makes you better and better, learning by doing. In FOSS, 1 + 1 a lot of times does equal 3, and that is what embracing FOSS means for us at Mercedes-Benz. Use, but also contribute, and also create your own open source projects and provide them to the community. We're still quite at the beginning in this latter aspect, I have to admit, but we're working on it. In other words, it means to become an active member and a good citizen of the open source community. Let me illustrate how we're trying to achieve this. Now, such a complete change in mindset from only proprietary software towards open source requires a lot of communication in your company. In general, when implementing a big cultural change, you're faced with 3 challenges. First of all, how do we tell everyone? News in a big company, or if you, in our case, take the whole Mercedes group, a big set of companies even, sometimes travel slowly. I guess many of you already know this from your own experience. Second, FOSS is part of our global IT strategy, but how do we get people to actually implement it, make it part of their day-to-day work? And 3, for me actually the most important one, how do we get the open source way into the mindset of people? How do we motivate people intrinsically to do this? So, in short, we want to deeply ingrain FOSS into our company's DNA, if you will. And it had become clear to us that we needed something a bit more radical than a new process or slides with the IT strategy to achieve this. And then with the Agile Manifesto as an inspiration, we created the Mercedes-Benz FOSS Manifesto. It is a set of guidelines and core values which send our employees on their open source mission, knowing fully well that they are fully supported by the company. And it is now a key pillar in all our in all our open source endeavors. So, let's take a look. Here we go. Our Mercedes-Benz FOSS Manifesto has 3 parts to it. The first one right here is the preamble, in order to sort of set the stage, to give the manifesto a solemn note, and to show that we mean business, that we're fully committed to the FOSS Manifesto. So it reads, the Mercedes-Benz FOSS Center of Competence and the CIO, and so forth, have decided to establish the following FOSS guiding principles. The FOSS Center of Competence is what we call our OSPO, our Open Source Programs Office internally. So the preamble states our overall goals, that we aim to improve the quality of our software, that we want to be active members of the open source community, and that we really want to work on making this happen. And one important thing is also that the preamble shows, look, this is something that comes from the people at the base and is also fully backed up by senior management. And in our case, this actually goes to the very top, including our CEO, Ola Kelenius, who has endorsed it. And I'm very, very happy about this. If this looks a little bit familiar to you from the style, we looked at the Lisbon Treaty of the European Union. Everybody knows this, right? And it's sort of like a little bit similar from the style. All right, let's move on to the next page. The next two parts are the company's principles and the employees' principles. Here are the company principles. So, a lot of times our employees are still a bit uncertain if they are allowed to have their own open source projects and if they are allowed to contribute to other open source projects. Because, as I mentioned earlier, this hasn't actually been always the case in the past. The intention of the company principle is not only to show the employees that indeed they are allowed to do so, but it actually sends them on a mission to do exactly that. So, the first principle encourages employees to use, contribute to, and create projects, both in open source and inner source endeavors. Now, a lot of times employees will tell you, but I have to work productively on this project. I don't have the time to work on open or inner source on the side. So it is the purpose of principle number 2 to let the employees know that it is indeed absolutely okay for them to take the time to work on such projects as well. Because this actually is something that creates value for everyone and for us too. So it's not at all wasted time or extra effort without benefit. Which is a position that is sometimes held by people who are not too familiar with open source in the first place. A quote from a German physicist from the 1700s, Georg Christoph Lichtenberg, he said, "You should never be too busy so you don't have the time to think." And in our case here, this means you should never be too busy so you don't have the time to work on open source. Right? All right, principle number 3 lets employees know that they are supposed to learn and grow with FOSS, take the time to do so, and for example, attend conferences and even give a talk perhaps. I don't need to mention that learning, advancing, or an exchange with experts is a good idea for personal growth. I think that's pretty obvious. So principle number 4 strives to promote visibility, for example, through active membership and participation in open source foundations. We are, for example, founding members of the Eclipse Foundation Europe, which is a really cool thing, I think. We're a member of the Linux Foundation, Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and a couple of more, through our IT subsidiary and my home base, Mercedes-Benz Tech Innovation. All right. Oops, sorry. Moving on. The next slide here are the principles from an employee's point of view. They basically ask of an employee to become more active in the FOSS world and to think FOSS first. So principle number 1 says, please look for alternatives in open and inner source first before you write code for which there already is a nice solution out there. The old let's not reinvent the wheel over and over again. We emphasize inner source as well, by the way, because we think this is really important too. But the order here goes open source first, then inner source, and only then write custom code of your own. Number 2 says, please be active in inner source. And number 3, please be active in open source. And lastly, number 4 is sort of a mini code of conduct. Please be nice. Act responsibly. Be a good citizen. Remember that how you behave out there will reflect back on the company as a whole, and obviously, it is in the best interest of everyone to uphold a good image here. So, to sum it up, we hope that our Mercedes-Benz FOSS manifesto and its principles will help to facilitate the cultural change in our company towards an open and inner source savvy company. I hope I have sparked your interest. Where can you find the FOSS manifesto? Head to this website, opensource.mercedes-benz.com. This is our FOSS landing page. It's still kind of new. We have taken it live just a few months ago. You can find some blog entries there. Not very many yet. There will be more. And you can find some of our open source projects. Also not very many yet, but we don't have that many yet, but we're adding more and more as we go along. So, and you can find the FOSS manifesto on that page, and it links to the FOSS manifesto in a GitHub repository. There is a template of the manifesto in that repo, which is under a Creative Commons 0 license. So that means you can use the FOSS manifesto in any way you like for your own purposes. You can alter it, do with it what you want, disseminate it, and you don't have to credit us. It's yours too. I hope you like it. I hope you find it useful, and so let us know what you think. Are we missing some principles? Do we have quite enough? The wrong ones, the right ones? Tell us what's on your mind. Shoot us an email. The contact info is also on that webpage. Yeah, so that's it. Merci beaucoup again. Thank you very much for taking the time and listening. Bye now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me to give you this talk. I'm really excited to be talking about some of the work that we at Open at RIT have been doing with regards to creating an open programs office for an academic institution. So first of all, my name is Mike Nolan. I'm the assistant director of Open at RIT. I run a lot of the day-to-day operations and the fellowship program that we've been doing with our faculty over the last year and a half. These slides are released under Creative Commons licenses, and you can access the Google Slides at the bit.ly link below. Don't worry, all this is going to be available at the end of the talk as well. So today I want to talk to you about a few things that we're doing. First, I want to give an overview as to what we are, because while open source programs offices have been pretty commonplace in particularly the technology sector, they're actually quite new, at least in this sort of form, in academia. So I want to talk a little bit about who we are, as well as kind of what our responsibilities are as an open programs office. And then I want to talk about the last sort of year and a half of our operation since we've officially spun up, and give a little overview in terms of to get a better idea of what our day-to-day operations are like. And I want to share some lessons and takeaways that I think we've learned over doing all this after the last year and a half. So first of all, who are we? Well, we call ourselves an open programs office. So as the Open Programs Office for RIT, our mission is to support any RIT project, scholarship, or research. Primarily, we work with them to increase their impact and translation by using open work best practices and infrastructure around their dissemination. We can also work with faculty to support the development around these projects, and we provide these services to all members of our RIT community in their new or ongoing scholarly or creative work. Some of what we do is modeled around this industry construct of an open source programs office. However, it's important to notice that we left out the source. And the reason we do this is because we consider ourselves shepherds of any and all open work. So this goes beyond just software. So we have a pretty diverse team. As I said, I'm the assistant director. We're also led by Professor Stephen Jacobs, who you can see in the top right corner, who is kind of a media studies professor in the School of Interactive Games and Media. So our team is diverse and we come from a variety of backgrounds. And the reason for this is both the work of developing a community as well as, the disciplines of our clients at large is quite diverse. We are also staffed by a kind of rotating team of students through our cooperative education program. These students can either be developers helping build websites and infrastructure. They can be systems or user experience designers who help understand processes, interactions, and goals related to open community. We have user interface and visual designers who handle things like branding, aesthetics, and interfaces to make sure that all these things are kind of meeting our goals or the goals of the projects we're working on. And then we also have kind of technical writer and jack of all trades who focus on storytelling and creating digestible content describing our work and goals. Because so much of the applied research that we're doing as a center, we want to be able to disseminate that in ways that is accessible to all. So that gives a little bit of an idea of kind of what our team is, who's on it, the kind of disciplines that make up our team. But what exactly do we do? Well, we consider our services to have these 4 pillars. The first is we provide fellowships or consultation. And so what these fellowships have been is we work with researchers who are creating some part of open work as an artifact of their research. So this could be open source software, open hardware designs, open educational resources, open data sets, all this stuff, right? And they're trying to release this and build communities of contributors around their work. So our fellowship and consultation is when we kind of embed some members of our team within theirs. It's purely focused on how we can help design systems, tools, and processes to help kind of facilitate the creation of a community around their work. Some of these deliverables can look like, kind of websites to collect and store information, to provide, calls to action for people to contribute. We also provide design research on contributors. This is kind of like creating contributor personas and pathways to help our client think about, who are their contributors, what are their incentives, and what does that process of like being, a stranger to their project, to making their first contribution, to making repeated contributions, to becoming, even a leader in their project. How does that process kind of work, and how might they actually do that? We also provide user experience work on, various pieces of documentation or their website to see if, these resources they have already are kind of meeting their needs. And then we also provide some technical work around continuous integration and development to make sure that, processes like reviewing contributions can be automated so it's not as much overhead on the maintainer themselves. We also provide things like technical infrastructure, like GitLab instances and various forages and communication platforms to make it easier to build communities. We're also building an open source analytics front end for the Grimoire Lab platform that's meant to sort of collect and aggregate community analytics, utilizing our university single sign-on system and a nice interface to make it easy for people to do that. We provide teaching materials and resources to help faculty understand what open work is, what the benefit of it is. We have reading lists, and we also provide educational materials for if those faculty want to, fit in a lecture on what it means to own your IP for, for instance, like freshman students. Lastly, we provide best practices, policy recommendations. This is stuff like, what are the base types of documentation you want to have for your project if you're building a community around it. We also have like a specific definition for what we mean by open work. And we also provide playbooks in terms of like how we go about community building. So that's kind of what we do, but that's what we plan to do, right? These are sort of core operations. But how has this kind of worked out for us over the last year and a half or so? Well, we spun up in January 2021. This is when our center officially started. Since then, we've had around 26 6 fellowships. And this pie chart here kind of gives an idea of the demographics of the people we're working with. So we obviously worked with a number of open source software projects, specifically being developed through our computing school. We've worked with people in the College of Engineering, the College of Science, liberal arts, art and design, as well as NTID, which is the National Technical Institute of the Deaf. We do a lot of work around accessibility. We've worked on databases for black holes, which are orbiting each other. And we've also worked on digital humanities projects where people are cataloging the geographic history of the city of Rochester. Another key deliverable that we really focus on as a center is disseminating our learnings and experiences to the rest of the world. Because OSPOs are quite new in academia, we really want to share our experiences so folks can learn from that and, you know, kind of mold our experiences and utilize them to the context in which they operate. So we really focus on disseminating a lot of work. Part of that is speaking at conferences like these, which is, you know, the majority of the works that we disseminate, but we also write a lot of articles for outlets like opensource.com. We try to guest on podcasts to share our experiences there. And then, you know, obviously, occasionally press will mention us and sort of cover our story as part of their beat. In addition to all of this, we do things like provide, you know, as I said, documentation for best practices, reading lists, lecture slides, consulting, playbook, and developing lots and lots of open source. I left this side in here specifically for people who want to, you know, follow the bit.ly link at the end of the presentation. Each of these is a link that you can follow and get the resources yourself, because all of these things are online for you to use and also fork and modify for your own practices. So before we run out of time, I just want to share a couple of small lessons learned. Obviously, this is kind of a short talk, but you know, these are things that have become really evident for me as someone who's been running this program for the last year and a half. And the first one is community building is a multidisciplinary job. You know, it's no mistake that we have a team full of students from a variety of disciplines, because it's hard to just only have one discipline and think about community building. And what I mean by that is community building isn't just a single task that requires skills from a single discipline. It's a lot of times many different tasks with different priorities. And, you know, each of these tasks oftentimes require, you know, different disciplines or people from different backgrounds. So in order to do that work, you know, of community building with our fellows, we need to utilize design thinking to understand the contributor and contribution taxonomies, as well as the contribution pathways for these people. We need to build and contribute to digital infrastructure to facilitate, you know, types of contributions like file hosting, community, communicating, and measuring interactions. And we've also needed to tell stories and educate folks on what contribution looks like, what works and what doesn't. You know, each of these things are pretty specific, and I work with a lot of really brilliant students who kind of specialize in each of these. And so it's really hard, I think, to kind of encapsulate this entire process of building a community into one specific discipline. So it's great to work with lots of students and have a team of students with a variety of disciplines who can work together to solve these problems and utilize their respective talents. The second lesson, which has become especially evident for me, who's someone who's fairly new to working within academia, is, you know, within academia, we have encountered many faculty who want to share their work purely on virtue. I'm sure all of you here are kind of familiar with this. It's, you know, it's good to share, right? However, as many people we've encountered like this, they're really burdened with many responsibilities, right? Faculty, they teach, they research, they serve on committees, they do administrative work. And each of these sort of tasks that they're assigned, you know, is really measured by the university. And that measurement kind of goes towards, you know, tenure and promotion and career. And so if we want to prioritize open work, we need to be able to measure that, right? So then when we measure the impact of that open work, whether it's the size of a community or health of a community or, amount of people using it, then we can utilize that as an incentive for people to slot that into their work. If you can use open work as a way of getting promoted, then a lot more people are going to be contributing to it. And what I'm trying to get at is, in order to do that, we need to be able to measure the impact of their work. And then finally, my last lesson is that we all have a lot to learn and to teach. I know, as someone who's been working at this center for only a year and a half, I certainly have a lot to learn. We're still figuring out a lot of this. And, at the same time, we're developing a lot of really interesting experiences ourselves. And I believe there's a lot of virtue in sharing that. And I think the same is, for many other people in this sector, whether they're in industry, academia, the public sector, it's the same. And I think we should certainly focus on diverting resources into sharing our experiences with others, and then also going and getting other people to share experiences with us. Because if we can kind of all come together and share these things together, I imagine that we can create a lot more effective systems. So that is my talk, and that is time. So thank you for coming and listening. As always, if you have any questions about any of this, the work that we're doing, please reach out to me. You can find the slides at the link below. And then finally, we are actually holding a summit in open work in academia in September of 2022. So if you are interested in some of the stuff that I talked about here and want to see more people who are interested in this, please check out the summit at the link below, openr.it/summit. So thanks, everyone.
Our next session is a roundtable with 4 speakers to discuss about open source governance, OSPO, and how to make the most out of the Good Governance Initiative material to create, animate, and manage an OSPO within your public or private organization. It is moderated by Boris Baldassari from Eclipse.
Thank you. Hello, good people, and thank you for joining us for this roundtable about open source program offices, OSPOs, and the Good Governance Initiative, also known as GGI. Please let me introduce the topic in a few words. As organizations come to realize how much they depend on open source software, there is a growing trend and interest in a better management of open source assets within companies. As a result, many of them set up a dedicated team or person, open source program offices or open source program officers, to handle all questions and concerns related to open source. We can also see that there is a shift in the perception of the risks and benefits associated with these assets. From the old fear of lawsuits for IP patents or license infringements, many organizations now tend to see what they get and the benefits from the open source ecosystem, and how they can work to maximize these benefits in terms of maintenance or regarding the sustainability of critical pieces of software. And that is important because it transforms their initial fears into responsibilities towards themselves, because they benefit from that, and towards the community itself. Still, for non-technical organizations or organizations that never actively dealt with open source until now, it can be quite hard to simply define what an OSPO would look like, or what would be its role and duties, and how to make it a success. To that end, the Good Governance Initiative, developed by OW2 and the OSPO Alliance, published the GGI Handbook. And this handbook proposes a series of guidelines and good practices, along with a method, to help successfully define, build, and manage an OSPO, from the definition of its roadmap to practical steps and advice regarding its implementation, management, and continuous assessment. This initiative is completely public and open to all. There is no registration or fees of any kind, and the work is happening on the ggi.ow2.io/ggi website, and we publish the handbook on the ospo.zone/ggi website. I'll put the URLs in the chat. So please have a look and help yourself. During this roundtable, we'll discuss OSPOs, their role, their duties, and share experience and best practices with and from our panelists. One note, at the end of this roundtable, we should be able to take a couple of questions from the audience. So if you have some, please feel free to ask them in the Rocket chat, and we will pick them up. So welcome to our great guests, and I'll start with Justin. So Justin Colannino is an Assistant General Counsel, Open Source and Standards at Microsoft, and a Senior Director at GitHub. He currently serves on the board of the Open Source Initiative and provides ongoing legal counsel to Outreachy, a project that provides paid internships supporting diversity in open source. Justin, you gave a great talk this afternoon, and you have a great experience with open source and its implementation. Could you share with us some of this wisdom regarding your experience?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, very happy to. You know, I'm thrilled to be here with this great panel. You know, when I came to Microsoft, you know, my history with open source, I was kind of like, you know, yeah, right, Microsoft. You know, what tricks are you trying to pull out? And over the last 5 years, it's really been a phase transition where we went from a company that was a huge user of open source, but the executives didn't really know it. So kind of like an open source company in denial into something that's really kind of grown. And so very happy to share a lot of that's because of our open source program. I'm happy to share a lot of that on the panel today. So thank you.
And congrats for your work and the work of Microsoft on this. Yes, it's quite amazing. Then we have Gilles Vuitton. Gilles is the head of the community open source program at Orange France. He is also the vice president of the TOSIT, a leading French industry-backed open source association. And he sits at the OW2 board as the representative of Orange. So
Hello.
Gilles, could you share some of your experience with OSPO, especially at Orange?
Yes, my focus at Orange France is the industrialization of deployment of open source. So the idea here is not to wait from internal people at Orange to become experts, but to find support and expertise relying on people from the open source ecosystem for each software where we need this. So we have, like the majority of large companies, a global support and expertise contract on community open source topics. And our partner Orange is Atos, and we are happy with our collaboration. And the very first...
There is some echo, right?
Ça fait un double son. C'est là qu'on peut... C'est pas là.
You should probably close the live stream window.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Attends, il faut le remettre ici. C'est bien? Voilà. C'est bon. Excusez-moi. And so we have developed other partnership with specific open source player on specific topics to be able to go faster for open source than waiting from internal people to become experts.
Okay, gather the experience and knowledge from people around. That's a really good point. Thank you. Our next speaker is Philippe Barret. Philippe is an open source officer at the City of Paris. He has a 10 years experience as a Java software engineer and as an open source enthusiast. He spreads the word of free open source software in the public sector, where public money should fund public code. And I think you have quite a good experience with the DJI as well, Philippe.
Yes, hi everybody, and thank you so much for letting me part of this panel. Yes, as Boris just said, I'm an open source officer at the City of Paris. So that means that I have in charge the open source roadmap as well as metrics to measure its progress. The City of Paris has developed internally its own digital services platform called Lutes that you may have heard of, and especially yesterday during my keynote. And it See, and it has been this way for the past 21 years. So we were one of the first public administrations to open source its code. So it's been a long story in open source so far, and we hope to we
Spread the
hope
word
that
again.
yeah, exactly, and make it last as long as possible. I'm also quickly in charge of the external relationships between our development team in the IT department and the community of users and contributors. I also try to foster partnerships for collaboration and promotion of the platform. So I had the pleasure to provide some contribution to the GGI work, and the city CIO, Négia Lanoir, accepted that the city would be pilot of the methodology, and it's been a few months and doing well so far.
Thanks. And last but not least, Christophe Jelen is in charge of the open source governance at Orange. He is a seasoned software practitioner with a long experience in the industry and is a strong advocate for open source within Orange. So maybe a few words about your experience with OSPOS at Orange. Christophe?
Yeah, thank you, Boris. Hi, everybody. So yeah, I would like just to focus on the fact that OSPO for us in Orange is firstly a human adventure. Means it's not something that you write in the book, and it's something you have to, how can I say, you have to evangelize a lot people, and then you will be very surprised. And this is what we have encountered in Orange, that when you explain the things, when you say why, and you give sense to the démarche, and not to say just read it by the book and you will see it's wonderful. No, touch it. Touch it, and you will see that you will bring value. And then today in Orange we are around 20 ambassadors of open source inside the group who make a sort of relay of open source, and this is very powerful. So this is how real life of open source is, to rely on people to explain, and then you will see the power of people thanks to open source. And for sure, after, when they say, okay, I need something to eat, then you need to provide something concrete, because they need to eat. When they are completely convinced, then they need to eat. So, but the first thing, on my experience, it's first to rely on people and to embark them, and that it's working.
Great speech, thank you. Now we will go to a couple of questions, so please feel free to take them or not. And the first question I have for you is, what would you recommend as early steps for organizations that consider setting up an OSPO within the organizations? Maybe Gilles, would you like to have a go?
Yeah, for the choice of open source, what we notice at Orange France is that the end of the study phases is a point of no return for the choice of open source. So if you did not choose open source at the end of the study, it is lost till the next big release of the project that you are developing. So we need at Orange, what we think that we need to set up a KPI of financial gains to be able to ask for two kinds of budgets. Both of those two budgets to be used mainly on the study phases, because we need also support, but mainly where we use really the expertise is on the study phases. A first budget, which is a cash-out budget, to set up the partnerships I was talking about just before with external companies, specialists of open source topics on specific open source topics. And the second budget, an internal budget, to be able to finance studies and also internal open source experts to do studies on demand when internal projects ask for help. And second point, this is really the major point. A second point would be also to set up a network of open source ambassador into all the operational entities, because we are big, so we need to have a specific relay locally to collect KPIs and to acculturate people in their entity about the means that we put in place and identify candidates to open source studies.
So that would be prepare your study and do it well at first, and then once again rely on people and use the power inside the company.
Yeah, completely.
Thank you. Justin?
Yeah, sure. So we've gone through this a little bit both on the Microsoft side, and I also had some experience consulting on the GitHub side with WHO setting up their open source program in the last year or so, and I worked with a lot of great people, including Malik Kumar at GitHub on this, and some really great people in WHO and Microsoft. And one of the things that we found extremely helpful is trying to identify, different things that you might do, because there's so many different vectors at which getting an open source program needs to be successful: cultural, political, internal, political, external, legal, technical. Like, all of those things are really challenging. And so getting a kind of scatter plot across those things, where are the friction points in the organization? Going out to people and saying, is legal a blocker? If so, then we need to have finding out like where the friction points are, and then sitting down with your OSPO and saying, what are the first things that we're going to try to tackle to make it easier to consume open source, easier to use open source, easier to contribute back to open source projects. So sitting down and really having some planful thought about where the actual roadblocks are for internal developers, so you can kind of unlock the ability for collaboration for the organization, would be, I think, a great first step once you've decided that that's something that's valuable for the organization to do.
So it's a lot about setting up the right and the proper strategy when you start, and also secure funding, as Jill said just before, and making sure that you have the right stakeholders when you start, and address the right pain points and so on. Amazing, thank you. Next question. According to you, because there are quite a few initiatives out there to help people set up their OSPOs. There is, of course, the Good Governance Initiative with the OSPO Alliance and OW2. There are also the To-Do Group from the Linux Foundation and To-Do++. So there are quite a few initiatives around. And according to you, what is the role and the benefits of an established method, framework, or community when you start with or when you grow your OSPO? Maybe Philippe?
Sure. I'm sorry, I have to correct what you just said. It was not To-Do++, but OSPO++. And my regards to this working group. So just to answer your question, I think, in my opinion, that the role of an established method is to make sure that we have the right approach, that it is institutionalized, and that it covers, and we cover, all of the aspects of open source. For example, some may be particularly good at development and sharing code, but it is pointless if there is no community management or well-defined governance, for example. Then we may think, okay, now that we have a community and a couple of PRs, what I do with them? Is there a defined process to review and follow up? It's also, to me, way wider than that. We have to think of legal issues, compliance, but also just to make sure that the culture is shared throughout all levels of the organization. It doesn't come from us, but it is shared and sponsored by everyone. So also awareness of the C-level management team. So it's not only a matter of C-level awareness. Another example that I would give, because I have experienced it, is that at the city, there is a policy for open source software preference. So every time that we start a new project, we have to look for software to fulfill a need. And the first thing to do is to look after open source project and already existing projects to implement and to deploy. So every time we do that, project managers as well as technical people need to benchmark those solutions, but these people need to be aware of what makes a reliable, a sustainable, and a safe project to use. And this is a shareable and very easily shareable culture. This is also what an OSPO can do.
So having all the teams and stakeholders and people involved in that, and being sure to synchronize them and involve all the required parts. It's not only a single domain or team that does that. It's the whole thing, and it's an organization.
Definitely.
Thank you, Philip. Christophe, what is
Yeah.
your experience at Orange regarding that?
Yeah, I fully agree with what Philip said regarding C-levels. You see, for us also something very important. You need a sponsor if you want to reach your target. If it's just guys who are agree on the same point of view of something which is wonderful, that will not work. So even if you are very pushy, if you trust that you will reach the target, if you don't have a sponsor at a high level in your hierarchy, that will not work. So I'm completely agree on this point. This is key. It's impossible to start. Okay, I would like to. People are okay to do with me. No, you have first. This is important. And the second point, perhaps, on my experience, it's I'm not sure it's the same name for everybody, but the buyers. Means if you don't take the process at the beginning, and this is something which is clearly written also in the good governance handbook, you have to think to people who don't know open source. Let's call it like this. I'm sorry for this wording. Means buyers. They deal with Microsoft. Justin, and for other big company. I don't want to describe all the company of which we are working with, but they know that. But open source, it's completely new for them, because you have to pick something to package, to find company who can make this package, who can bring this package, and we are talking about guys who are dealing with high level of revenue, and they want to cut and to make saving. And when you talk about open source, it's completely new for them. So my own experience in Orange, it's okay for everything. Philippe, you speak about compliance, you speak about many things. I fully agree also on this point. But remind that the guys at the beginning, the buyers, you need also to explain what is open source, and to train, sorry for that, but to train them, to support them, because it's new for them. And if you want to reach, at the end of the day, open source everywhere, with some pieces of Microsoft for sure also, then you need to be with them, and it's very important. So think about buyers at the beginning of the process.
And I would add just one point, which is important for the buyers, is that as proprietary software and community open source software is very different, that implies also that some changes in their own process, not only acculturation, but also changes. For example, just a basic example, with open source, the code is open. Open source, it's in the name. And so there is no criteria today for us in our RFP saying, is your code open? Because we are used only to ask for proprietary software. And this criteria should be very important in terms of weight among the different criteria we look at, because there are a lot of consequences implied by the fact that the code is open.
So, circling back on what you said before, ambassadors are really important, education too, but sponsors, the people who give you the money at the beginning and who will judge you at the end, are equally important and need to be taken care of. And that's a good point, I guess. Thank you. Our last question would be, so we will be soon at the end of our short roundtable. Would there be a few key takeaways that you want people to get away with in a few words, please, in whatever order? Philippe?
Sure. At first, I want people to understand that it's not like a universal methodology that applies the same way to all organizations. You make it your own. So first of all, I would say that really it helps not, or at least acknowledge all the topics that open source covers and the use and practice of open source. So at the end of the day, you may not say, okay, I hid this under the carpet because I lack either competence or knowledge about this or that topic. This time you acknowledge that, okay, this is something that you may be missing that may not apply to your organization, but you have identified it, and sometime it will come, sometime it may not come. So you measure the scope of what it needs to cover, and you cherry pick what applies, what is urgent, what is priority for you to implement. So and pretty much like what Agile is to organization, it doesn't mean that because you don't apply all 12 principles of the Agile that none of us apply perfectly, but it doesn't prevent you from gathering every morning for the daily meeting, for example. So read it fully. It's a thick notebook. Sorry about that, but read it. Make sure that you understand the scope of every activity, because some may overlap, some may be connected, some may be prior to others. This is what I did. Read them all, implemented. Well, at least got a local and a fully applied to my organization understanding of each of them. At the end of the day, a little more than a day, you will be able to say, okay, this applies, this does not, this is not a priority. Let's focus on what's very urgent. So this really helped me have a clear vision of, because it's also not because you want to apply it that you have to achieve 100% of all activities. Some of them may be already advanced to 75%. Why not? We discovered that we did a lot of many things that were already suggested in that notebook. And at some points we were even not surprised, but we had a sense of it. But now it's more precise that, yes, this activity is almost nearly 80% achieved. So this is my advice.
So you need to know where you go and where you are.
And it also helps to know where you are.
Thank you, Philippe.
Sure. Pleasure.
Justin?
Yeah, I think that I completely agree with everything Philippe just said. If you think about things as kind of a journey from denial to mastery, you need to hit all the different steps along the way, and you need to figure out what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, I think my best advice to people is recognize that there are many parts of the business. Like anytime you're building, shipping, or using software internally, you touch a lot of different parts of the business. So an open source programs office needs to build great relationships with legal, with procurement, with HR, with the IT department, if that's not where you're sitting. Wherever you're not sitting, you need to have strong relationships with people who are champions inside those departments, and make sure that they're comfortable with the bright lines that you're setting up within your organization for how to go out and engage and collaborate, bring software in and build it and ship it out to others. And so those strong relationships are critical to the success of an open source programs office. Wherever you're sitting inside your organization, that's not where you're sitting. You're actually sitting everywhere, and you need to have those tendrils out, or tendrils may be a bad way of putting it, but those lines out across the organization for collaboration in an open source way.
So that's really a multifaceted mission, and you really need to remember that it's not only one focus that you need to have, but it's a global approach.
Yeah, you need to make sure everybody in the organization is comfortable with how you're approaching, and you have a shared mission and vision.
Thank you. Gilles, Christophe, in whatever order?
Yes, so my focus is more on industrializing widely the use of open source. So if it is also your goal to go faster for this, in my opinion, the best practice I can share with you is to set up financial KPI on financial gain that aggregates the financial gain of each choice of open source versus proprietary software in your information system. Because with this KPI, you can justify financial means that you will need to pay for partnership with the open source ecosystem or to sponsor a study or what else. Because often the most difficult point is to get means to be able to help project to study open source or to get expertise. And so if you are able to track all the gains, it will be easier to obtain this means.
So funding is still is a foundational aspects of that. Thank you, Gilles. Christophe?
Just to add, as a takeaway, I fully agree with everything what was said previously. And I have to say that target the moon. This is important because you will see the number of rocks, and when you say rocks, it's more mountains that you will have in front of you. So keep focus on the moon. You can take, as we talk about the good governance initiative, it's an handbook where you can pick what you need. I think, as Philippe said, perhaps you will not cover everything, but that's a good starting point. And then you can, like you go in a party, you bring your drink, you bring what you want in a party. So it's the same story. You have to do the same, because as Justine say, you will be in contact with various people with job oriented for sure, not IT guys, not a lot of people. So once again, this is my key point. Yes, my mantra: target the moon, and you will see. You will succeed.
Be ambitious, and we have to realize too that it is ambitious. So we have to be ambitious and realize how ambitious it is. Thank you, Christophe. Then, do we still have time to pick up a question from the audience?
Yes, I think so.
I see two questions there. So there is one question from Cédric Thomas. Hey, Cédric. As a GGI, once again, as a GGI beta tester, you have made an invaluable contribution to GGI. Thank you for that. Now the question is, in your experience, what is missing in GGI v1, and what should be included in the next iteration?
I may contribute if needed.
Hi,
Cedric.
We talked about having some specific advice for specific contexts, because the GGI targets almost everybody, from big to small companies to non-profit organizations and administrations and so on. So maybe you wanted to include some specific parts and advice for some specific contexts, right?
Who's the question to?
Do you want me to say the question again?
Who is it directed to?
At you, Philippe.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I was waiting for. Yes, sure. Actually, yes. I think version one is already a good meal in your plate, and it's not too hard, but it already takes time and acknowledgement time to digest it. Of course, there are many ways to improve it. I think this version one makes a great approach, but I think I'm more thinking about the tools and the tooling system that may also help organizations to build this vision of where they are sitting, how is their catalog made of, how is the landscape looking like, and also not waste time or spend not very valuable time trying to draw the progress bars or stuff like that. So I think the tooling is pretty important. I think the resources lists can be enriched, but this is also something that we need contributions from elsewhere, because we all have our own experience. So I think the tooling would be great if we could work on either web app or I don't know, some tool that may help say, okay, these are my goals, my personal and my proper goals for my organization, which are not the ones, too generic and standards. I think it would be a great enhancement.
We will work on that, I guess. and you will be included in that.
You can count on me.
Maybe a few words, Justin or Christophe or Gilles?
Yeah, I once again agree with what Philippe said. I think a tooling will be something very, very useful, where I can say, okay, where I am. I take my mouse and where I am. This, yes and no. This, absolutely not. This, oh yeah, I do that. Okay, so then, oh, guys, you are there. To go there, here is what we recommend to you. Perhaps it will not fit exactly on what you need, but this is our advice. So let's see, and let's start with that. And that will help a lot, because if you take the full handbook, for sure, you can do, as I explained before, you can pick up what you need, like in a party, you bring what you want. But if I have a tool and a tool in my, I have to say, day-to-day language, and I click, it's simple, simple wording, then I click, and then I see where I am. Okay, you are in 20%. But it's a good thing, because you are 99% in this way. So we encourage you to finish this one, and you see this one later. Such advice would be very useful, I think.
And also, I totally agree with what Christophe just said, but the percentage is your definition of the goal. It's not everyone's goals. It is yours, your organization's. So if you say, I need to reach those three, well, the sum of those three is 100%. So if you're missing some, you can still reach your own 100%.
It's a lot about the adaptation of the handbook to your own context. I would also add that it definitely helps for the people who implement the OSPO, so to set up the roadmap and to organize the different activities. It might also be useful for people to actually follow and monitor the progress of the initiative, and it helps communicating to the ambassadors and sponsors that we've discussed before. So, okay, yeah, tooling is probably the proper thing to do next. I would also add that Justin gave once again a great talk this afternoon, and I'm sure that we can pick up some bits and pieces from his slides. So thanks again. Still more time for a quick last question, Administrator?
Yes, of course.
So next question is from Christian Patterson. And do you think compliance is an action of governance or of IP lawyers attached to different services? What is the boundary of compliance? So because we've talked a lot about the broad range of such initiatives, and I think we all agree on the fact that it's not all about compliance, it goes far beyond that. And so what would be the boundaries according to you? Whoever wants to pick that question up.
I think I can take it. I think it's as always it is the case. In fact, to be very honest, it's not black and white; it's gray zone. So if you bet that your lawyers will be 100% available for you to say, okay, this is okay, this is not okay, this is okay, I think you will be on track for 2 seconds maximum. After your lawyers will say, hey guys, I have something else to do. So I think that it's for sure it's on governance side in the terms of you have to grow in terms of knowledge. For example, you discuss with your lawyers, and this license in my company is no. This license, it's no. This license, it's okay. And then when a guy come to you from to your referent, the ambassadors of open source, this is the case how we organize in Orange, then the guy say, oh, sorry, this license, you don't need to go to the lawyers, it's no. And then the lawyers will empower you because you will cut, let's say it like this, you will cut the work that he has to do. And sometimes because it's new, or sometimes because the context is very special. I don't know if it's cloud or I can have many examples. Then you can say, I'm not sure. I will check the lawyers to be sure that I don't say stupid things and we will have problems. So it's not black and white, but you cannot say that your lawyers, I can say in Orange, is 100% available for you. So you need to delegate, and it's for governance and also for lawyers when it's specific. Let's target, I don't know, the famous 80-20, if you reach this, it's wonderful. And then your lawyers will be happy, which is very important in compliance, because it's very rare, the lawyers. And for sure, if you have some tooling behind, it will be easier to do so. But let's say this is my answer to this question. It's gray zone, as usual.
And I assume that it's true for every actor you will be dealing with. They are not always available, and yeah, you will have to take care of that for each individual contributor and an actor of the initiative.
I might just add, building a great. I think underlying that answer was that building a great relationship with your lawyer. I'm a lawyer, and I have a good relationship with more than one OSPO, and like building good relationships with the lawyers, asking the lawyers questions, getting the lawyers to focus on what matters, and then try to provide you with advice that is checklist for like situation and license for maybe the top 30 licenses. There aren't that many licenses and there aren't that many usage scenarios. So really working with your lawyers to say like when somebody comes, can I just give them this based on, a flow chart or something? Like that's really how we've gotten to the scale we've gotten to at Microsoft. Like we have that scenario where there's a flow chart and then guidance comes out the other end.
Thank you. Philippe, a word?
I think, yeah, they covered it all.
I guess so.
Great job, guys. Thank you.
So I think it's time to write it up. So as a quick conclusion, I think we've talked a lot about the strategy to set up and the roadmap, and it's a lot about the organization, about having the right stakeholders and managing this relationship too. So working with them through the initiative, communicating a lot. We talked about funding too, so making sure that the initiative will have enough funding and that all of the various parts, the broad range of the initiative can actually go through. So that was absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, guys. I'd like to thank everybody, starting with our great panelists who kindly shared their experience and wisdom with us. I'd like to thank OW2, of course, for organizing this roundtable and for the World Conference and the great speeches. And we hope to see you, everybody, soon on the GGI and on the OSPO Alliance mailing list. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Boris. And now the time has come to close OW2Con 22. Thanks a lot for attending. We hope you enjoyed it. And we are looking forward to meeting you in Paris, June 29 and 30, on the occasion of OW2 15 years anniversary on the Cloud Data Center Infrastructure Conference. Thanks again to our sponsors, speakers, team, and all the attendees. Have a great evening.